Used to keep it cool, used to be a fool, all about the bounce in my step. Watch it on the news, what you gonna do? I could hit refresh and forget. Used to keep it cool. Should I keep it light, stay out of the fight? No one's gonna listen to me. If I write a song, preaching what is wrong, will they let me sing on TV? Should I keep it light? Is that right? Way up we go. Been up and down that road. Way up, oh no. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. You're only serving lies. You got something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Yeah, used to let it go. Walk into the show, gawking at the tricks up your sleeve. Too good to be truthful. I'm in a room full of entertainers and thieves. Used to let it go. Whoa, no. Way up we go. Been up and down that road. Way up, oh no. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. You're only serving lies. You got something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Should I hang my head low? Should I bite my tongue? Or should I march with every stranger from Twitter to get shit done? Used to hang my head low, now I hear it loud. Every stranger from Twitter is gonna burn this down. Way up we go. Been up and down that road. Way up, oh no. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. You're only serving lies. You got something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down. We burn it down. We burn it down. We gon' burn the whole house down.
Is it time to lead or is it time to die? Time to raise hell or walk on by. Is there anybody out there that's paying attention? Yeah. Is it time to speak up or time for silence? Time for peace or is it time for violence? Is there anybody out there that's paying attention? Yeah. Tell me what you're trying to
God damn, you guys are judgy today.
And what you running from inside? 'Cause I got a surprise. We might not make it to the morning. So go on and tell me now. Do you have enough love in your heart to go and get your hands dirty? It isn't that much, but it's a good start. So go and get your hands dirty. Do you love your neighbor? Is it in your nature? Do you love a sunset? Aren't you fed up yet? Do you have enough love in your heart to go and get your hands dirty? Yeah. To go and get your hands dirty. I got a skeleton under the floorboard. I got a secret I need you to keep. Run away, you have been forewarned. I don't wanna go off in the deep. If we what you running from inside. Cause I got a surprise. We might not make it to the morning. So go on and tell me now. Do you have enough love in your heart to go and get your hands dirty? It isn't that much, but it's a good start. So go and get your hands dirty. Do you love your neighbor? Is it in your nature? Do you love a sunset? Aren't you fed up yet? Do you have enough love in your heart to go and get your hands dirty? Your hands dirty. Is there anybody out there that's paying attention? Is there anybody out there that's paying attention? Is there anybody out there that's paying attention? Is there anybody out there? So go on and tell me now. Do you have enough love in your heart? Get your hands dirty. Yeah. So go and get your hands dirty.
Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Fucking miserable sods. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Teddy with the 9.99. You bitchy sneak. I'm going to tell you this once, Beckett. No one cares, Beckett. My house is burning down, and you out here screaming, oh, look, I'm doing a gay YouTube stream on my gay YouTube channel. Thank you, buddy. Nice to see you. How we fucking doing? Okay. So. The return of Flash Beckett, yeah. I just, why are you sweeping? Listen. Yes, I have heard that the IDF did indeed pay me to cover Wick. Yes, listen, it's been a little while. It's been a little while, but I thought might as well do a cammed up stream. Just it's been a little while. Okay. How long it lasts? But it's fucking boiling here. It is actually fucking boiling here. I am like fucking dead. It's so hot. Go right to the 2. Oh my god, the return of the Dino plush. Hello, Dino. Hello, buddy. How you doing? I take work calls at this desk, and occasionally people are like, why'd you have a fucking Dino plushie? Well, I don't know. It's just fucking, he's hanging out. What's tonight's topic? Well, let me tell you, we have a range for tonight because, listen, it's been not dead, but it is fucking kind of some of this is fucking boring, okay? I've been kind of bored. I have struggled to get videos out recently because I'm just like, oh fuck me. So this is why I put out our Twitterverses. I was like, fuck it, I want to record something. That's why the Twitterverses is out. I released a Twitterverse on Boblax literally as Nick Diorio went live, and I was like, that video's not going to do well. Do I have a chest tattoo? Yeah, I do. It's not new. Fuck. Yeah, it's cool. I envy you. But I would like to look at one particular person tonight who's Wick TV. There's also apparently some Destiny stuff. We might have a look at some Twitter stuff. Look, I've got all the fucking Twitter versus Boblax shit. We could talk about a bit about Boblax if you want to. Very, very retarded seeing that happen. Teddy with the 5. Beckett, next time you stream, you better start it with a song that doesn't make my ears bleed, you fucking freak of nature. Thank you. Listen, I'll be honest with you, I fancied something different, just for me. Nice haircut, Beckett. Thank you. It's all right. It's all right. I needed something shorter for the summer, so I cut it down. It's getting a little bit fucking unmanageable, frankly. I heard Beckett coordinates things. I like the way Chris is like, look, obviously, I know that there's a Tyler video out, okay? I'm obviously aware of this. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't actually seen it. So I only know what people have told me about it. Now, I'm not going to watch it on stream. A, because from what I've heard, it's mostly about the Destiny stuff, and as I've said before, I'm pretty much just done talking about the whole stuff involving me Sunday, the video. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. I've literally said everything that I could possibly say about it, so I don't really care. There is apparently a little bit at the end about me, and I'm going to be honest with you, I also don't care, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm not really that interested. I don't know. I was expecting something more. And I can't believe Tyler the Creator dropped a video on you. I know it's mental. What a time to be alive. Beckett not talking about Sunday equals second base thing all stream. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I was just like, whatever. It's like 3 months on. Fuck, who cares? Locale stuff is a constant clusterfuck. I don't know how Xylee manages local OpenSea. That's always a topic. Yeah, there is some interesting stuff with the locale live shit that's going on. Some of which I can't talk about because I don't know what the like fucking. I've seen some of the locale live stuff that's happening. I'm just like, okay. 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 Fuck. Oh. I haven't seen Tyler's video, but I know he completely destroyed you and is completely right. Yeah, no, sure. I'm sure it was a banger. I'm sure it'll do really well. I fucking based. I don't know. Look, I will. This is okay. Here's what I will say about Tyler's video. I saw the titled sections, and the last one is like follow up and fallout, Beckett's War, which is unironically fucking based and made me like Tyler slightly more. I was like, I don't know what's in it. I haven't seen it, but I'm like, that title, it's a good title. I like that title. Beckett's War makes me sound way more fucking based than I am. So there you go. There's my thoughts on it, I guess. But like, so I got drunk as fuck last night. It was hilarious. That sounds pretty good, actually. But speaking of war, now listen, I have been a long time sort of observer. I can't really say viewer, like observer of Timothy Poole. And I saw a tweet or a message come out. It got leaked to me that Wick said this in a group chat. That Wick said that he was going to be on Tim Pool. Wick TV was going to be on Tim Pool, and I was like, I'm sorry. Wick TV is on Tim Pool. What? Okay, I have to like download this separately apparently. But with like I've got a classic Wick clip for you. I need to get it up. Someone just sent it to me. I thought they'd send me a clipped version on YouTube or something, but no.
No one fuck.
Wick TV. Oh, I love the fucking angle of this video. You can see his broken tooth before he got it fixed. It's based. So good. So good. Ah, fuck. Okay. Let's bring that up. So, this is Wick TV. Wick TV is a political commentator. Most well-known, like I mentioned him in the jar video. He crowdfunded his tooth getting fixed, and it took him years to get it done. No idea why. It took so long. But this is a classic clip of him fighting with a cat named Mix Vivian Wolf. They're fighting about Israel-Palestine. And apparently I can't even remember the fucking context of this, but like Wick just loses his mind.
No one fucking died if this is the same strike. And then we look into it, and no one fucking died? You understand how that's blood libel? Fuck you! You're the one who accused and lied on my platform. You fucking lied! Caught red-handed! You lied and said that Israel killed hundreds of journalists in a fucking AP building bombing, and then when we look into it, it was a fucking lie! Vivian, you are a
Absolutely fucking incredible.
Vivian, you are blood libel right now. Get off my
Blood
fucking
libel.
platform. Go away.
Blood libel.
You fucking fascist piece of shit.
So I was very excited to hear that Wick was going to be on Tim Pool. I just thought that's banging. Like, that should be fucking amazing content. Now, I will prep you. Apparently, it's a shit show. Apparently, and not in like the entertaining way. Apparently, it's just a mess. I've read the comments. The comments are incredible. The comments are so good. Like, he debated someone called Lactoid TV, someone who I also know. It's like, thanks, Tim, for having me on. I hope you all like the debate. Let's pull back our funding and keep that money here. Having a conversation with that guy and that other guy must have been fucking annoying. You absolutely torched him. You are by far the more superior party to be speaking on the issue. His knowledge on the issue goes as far as the propaganda he inhales from the fire hose from CNN and MSNBC. You legit humiliated him, and his unwarranted arrogance deserved it. Jesus Christ. Now, like, I don't know why you'd go on fucking Tim Pool's show. I don't understand. I don't understand why that's a choice you'd make, bro. Like, the fuck, why? Now, also, Counterpoints has been on recently as well, so we might take a look at that. I don't know whether it's like sadder on the Tim Pool side that he's this desperate to just get like fucking random people on from like old Twitch politics, or whether it's sadder on the side of people who are like, yeah, sure, I'd go on Tim Pool, give him some fucking content, why not? Absolutely fucking insane. So let's we'll get past the culture war bit, because I don't care.
This morning, Donald Trump put out a truth social statement saying Russia has to get moving. Too many people are dying. Typo. Thousands a week in a terrible and senseless war, a war that should have never happened.
Please call into Wick's show, Gilded. That would be unironically fucking hilarious.
And wouldn't have happened if I were president. Well, we are heavily focused on other things, such as tariffs and potential escalation with China and their retaliation, as well as this trade war, or largely the trade war. But the issue of Ukraine is not over, and Donald Trump is bringing it up once again because, well, he's trying to resolve it to some degree. But what does that resolution actually look like, and what should we as Americans do? We're going to debate the issue. We got a couple of gentlemen joining us to have this discussion. Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Name's Wick TV.
Fuck me. What is happening? What is happening? Yeah. Right, what's going on? Bro, fuck me. Why does Wick TV sound like Destiny? Interesting.
And I run a podcast on YouTube of the same name. And I'm here to support Ukraine and advocate that we continue to aid Ukraine and even ramp it up a little bit.
Oh, interesting. And then, sir, who are you?
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV.
So, Lactoid has been around probably about as long as I have, actually. He's never really got much traction. This is probably the most traction. This is like the biggest thing Lactoid's ever been on. Lactoid is actually a lawyer. That's it. That's his profession. So while Lactoid has said some pretty insane things, he's a libertarian. Generally, he knows what he's fucking talking about. And that's... He and Wick have gone back and forth for a very, very long time over the years. God.
On Twitch, X, and YouTube. I am a libertarian lawyer. My position on this is that it's time for the U.S. to withdraw funding and to keep that money here at home.
All right. Well, this should be fun, my friends. If you're just tuning in, smash the like button. Of course, share this show.
That is needlessly loud. What the fuck? It's going to be really... Oh, dude, fuck. Why, Tim? Why?
Far and wide. It's Friday morning. The culture war is live, and we're going to be having this debate. So share the show if you really do enjoy it. So who wants to go first? Why we should or should not be supporting this country?
I'll take it away. So here, look, Ukraine has been unjustly invaded by an aggressive...
My fucking God. Thank you, Gilded. Thank you, buddy. Fuck. Teddy with the 5. Hi, I'm Teddy, and I'm here to argue we should get Ukraine and Russia to stop fighting each other, and instead both armies should just go after Beckett. I think that's a position we can all agree on.
Aggressive force, Russia. This isn't the first time Russia has invaded other countries. They did it in Chechnya. They did it in Georgia. They did it before in Ukraine in 2014, and they're doing it again now. The idea that if we suddenly withdraw our funding, if we withdraw our forces, if we decide to just, let Putin have this little bite now, that he will somehow stop, is ludicrous. It's naive. Putin will not stop. He must be stopped. We have a situation where we are and should be...
This is, I don't want to get political in a conversation. I think my positions on Ukraine are pretty well established at this point, though for any of you wondering, I'm very pro-Ukraine, and have been all the way through. Regardless of the positions here, I want to make this clear. This is insane. This is such a bizarre thing to happen. I get wanting to put your voice across, and there's always this argument that happens in the debate community. It's like, well, if you're debating, you're not there to persuade the other people at the table, you're there to persuade the audience. But all you're doing by going on Tim Pool's is just providing content for Tim Pool. And you know this. We all know this. We know how this works. And I get wanting to get out there. But Wick? Really? Again, I don't know whether it's weirder that Tim Pool's like, I'm really desperate, fuck. Since Jack Murphy turned out to be, prostituting his missus and shoving dildos up his asshole, I haven't been able to have him on. So let's get, no more guys with beards.
Funding more money into Ukraine, because that money doesn't just go to Ukraine, it goes to American jobs in American factories, building American weapons to fight America's enemies and support America's allies. We made in 2024 $316 billion selling foreign weapons to selling our weapons to foreign countries. This dwarfs the numbers that we've given in aid to Ukraine, and this demand spiked in 2024 by 26%, in part because we have shown ourselves, at least to some degree, to be a reliable ally. And so Poland, the Netherlands, other countries want to take and help rearm. They're up in their GDP. But
I think it's important to be on bigger platforms to appeal to their audience. Wick just ain't the guy. I think Tim Pool's a really weird audience to try and do this to, right? Because Tim is such a long-term operator. In that some respects, this is kind of like when right-wingers go on Destiny. It's like, well, I can appeal to people. And generally speaking, it doesn't really fucking work because the audience is so captured already by the people who are regularly going to see that. You can make the argument of more exposure, sure. I would hope, God, I would hope that this gives a boost to Wick's viewership, because otherwise, really, what's the point? But there was a period where a lot of right-wingers wanted to go on left-wing shows, and they were just providing content. There was very little audience capture, if any. So at best, you've got like fairly big names like Fuentes, who went on Destiny and then got sort of more like, I don't know, it's a bit more like had a cleansing effect on his persona potentially, but it's very minimal. It's very fucking minimal.
But there's more money out there than there is stuff. So we have an opportunity now to rebuild our industrial base and use Ukraine as a way to do that, because there's other conflicts coming. We have a trade war with China coming up, right? Trade wars can often turn into something a little bit hotter, and it behooves us to be prepared for that. And I think Ukraine is a good reason to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, I mean, my argument's pretty straightforward. I think we've been sold a lie when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We've been sold this tale of a David versus Goliath, this fledgling democracy that's being threatened.
He sent me the dog fucker panel. We might have a look at other Wick stuff. I'm not sure. Okay. I'll let Lactoid make his opening argument. Holy fuck.
By this massive authoritarian power, when the reality is the truth is much more complicated. I mean, here we are $200 billion later, and all we've managed to buy for ourselves is about 500,000 dead, probably more at this point. Another 500,000 wounded, some critically, probably more at this point. And this was all done in service of a power structure in Ukraine that's becoming increasingly authoritarian, a power structure that was founded upon a illegal and unconstitutional coup that disenfranchised millions of people in the East that we just don't seem to care about. We didn't seem to care about it in 2014, but it's the direct cause of what's going on now. And on top of all of that, Ukraine is losing, and Ukraine continues to lose every single day, despite the fact that we're dumping money into it. And last time I brought this up, you.
Good lord, this is going to be painfully stupid, isn't it? Gilla, the blood spiller, with the 5, he's like preaching to a crowd that no Tim took Russian money. Oh fuck, I can't talk. It's breaking my brain. He's like preaching to a crowd that no Tim took money to feed Russian money to feed propaganda down their throat and don't care. It's literally pointless. Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, I don't know what to do with this argument from Lactoid. Fuck, like this is why. These are occasionally I'll just get a snapshot of why I stopped doing political debates, and it's shit like this. I'm just like, fuck.
You and your comrades kept hammering. Well, Kursk, they have Kursk. Kursk is gone, right?
No, it's not.
Ukrainians have lost Kursk.
They have not. They still have forces in Kursk today. Not as much, right? Not as much of Kursk, but today.
They have a single-digit percentage fraction of what they had, and the Russian forces are moving into Sumy. I'm following the war every single day. The Russians make gains every single day. The Ukrainians lose ground every single day, and we're dumping money into this dumpster fire.
Let's start here. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, Russia has always wanted to regain Ukraine. So Putin has said many times in his interview with Tucker Carlson and in speeches and in other statements that he wants to regain the imperial power of Russia, to establish greater Russia. And Ukraine, in his mind, is part of that project. He believes that they are ethnically Russian, that Ukrainians don't exist.
Glad you aren't doing politics anymore. I'd struggle to like you. Here's the problem. Here's the legitimate problem with like political panels and debates and shit like this. If for anybody in chat, like I don't care what your political positions are. I don't give a shit. It's fine. Like we're all here to just laugh at things. I am fascinated by how infuriating this is, because it's generally on one note things. So here's like a really good argument for like supporting Ukraine if you're in Europe. Here's just the basics. If you don't support Ukraine in Europe, as in the EU, will collapse. It will collapse. The entire, like all the eastern like regions, anything that's like kind of bordering Russia will have no faith in NATO, will have no faith in EU, will have no faith with anybody who's like not pressing Russia, because that's one of their biggest concerns. So you kind of have to. This is what Germany found back like 2 years ago. Germany didn't want to press Russia, and it was the first time that like other countries were like, maybe we should sanction Germany. It's just the reality. So it doesn't really matter what America says. Europe has no choice. So we're listening to Americans debate it. I mean, you can like make the argument of, as an American, you can be like, okay, well, maybe we should withdraw support. Okay, it makes no difference. It makes no difference. Russia's currently in a position where it just doesn't have the infrastructure to continue fighting the war. It's irrelevant. Europe's going to support it. You can either kind of get on board and help Europe, or you can be like, nothing to do with us, but you're going to lose that grounding. And America has a lot of bases in Europe it would like to maintain. So, like, there's just like, I'm not giving you a political argument, by the way. I'm just giving you an argument, just a really, really simple one. So when we're doing this sort of back and forward, when it's like Americans debating points, what's really important is that no one actually cares about what the accuracies are. The only thing anybody on a panel like this gives a shit about is whether they're right, whether they look right, whether they're like appealing to the audience. Which is why if I took this to a left-wing audience, they're going to support Wick. Almost doesn't matter what the fuck Wick's saying, because they're not going to support Lactoid's libertarian argument, and they're not going to support Tim Pool generally. So it's completely fucking irrelevant. And what's frustrating about that kind of team sports politics discussion is it's just content. It's just content, guys. So, like, there are a million other things that you can do this about which don't matter, which don't have the same sort of, like, emotional attachments that I'm going to piss people off or upset people in the same way. It's just a waste of time. It's a waste of fucking time. And, like, beyond anything else as well, like, politics, especially in the modern day, is the thing that will make people hate you the most. I could give you religious takes these days. You know, if we go back to like mid 2010s and I started giving religious takes, like at the height of atheism, like the fucking new atheism movement, like maybe 2000s, early 2010s, that's the thing that was like a dividing line for people. And you'll occasionally still get it, but it's nowhere near the fucking extent it was. Now it's politics. What do you believe? Who do you believe in? Who do you support? It's just a waste of time. So, like, I'm watching Wick on this and I'm just like, you're fucking... Why? This has 46,000 views. And I know I'm saying that like, oh my god, that's nothing. This is a day ago. It's 46,000 views. And it's like nothing. Compared to a Destiny panel. A Destiny panel in like is going to reach those numbers back in the day. So it's like, where's that out to Tim Paul? Rain with a 5. Appealing to the audience regardless of fact, just like real politics. True. Politics has divulged into cults fighting each other. Yeah, it's pretty much, that's all it is. And it's fine. Listen, I like a diverse audience. I like having people in who can talk about anything. Who gives a shit? I believe in the Jewish Torah preachers. I don't know whether there's like, that's like fucking code for something, but cool. Is that a trap? That sounds like a trap. Oh, fuck.
In a real way, and he just wants to bring them into his fold, right? That's his belief structure, and that's why he's doing this nonsense that people will say about like, oh, it's NATO expansion, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Putin has been very clear. He's doing this because he believes that Ukraine doesn't exist and Ukraine is part of Greater Russia, and he'll have it back.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of American propaganda version of whenever the enemies are going to,
That's what Putin has
said. Well, no, it's more complicated than that. As I think we're going to visit a lot here, a lot of the claims here that are being made are more complicated. There's more gray area than I think you're giving credit for. The reasons for the war in Ukraine are complex, and there's many of them. But some of the main issues are the disenfranchisement of millions of people in Crimea and the Donbass and really the east of Ukraine that happened in 2014 when there was a unconstitutional, unpopular coup that took place.
It's
not a distraction. That matters. If we care about constitutional order and we care about democracy, we can't just ignore it when it benefits our enemies.
Even if I grant you this.
What the fuck is going on? I'm watching two people on Tim Pool, who I know these people, and they're sat on Tim Pool debating fucking Ukraine. Do you know one of the most common things I was told as a fucking Brit when in like debating political stuff? Well, maybe as a British person, you should stay in your lane about your politics and not talk about America. You don't really understand America. While watching Americans debate things like European politics. Fucking infuriating. There's probably a lot of passive casual viewers of Tim that aren't necessarily hard set on certain politics. I I think less than you think these days. Legitimately, less than you think. I think that was once the case for Tim. I think you could probably make that argument for things like the Daily Wire, actually. I don't think you can really make that argument for Tim Pool anymore. Tim Pool has pushed in such direction. It's kind of like saying, well, there's a lot of like casual viewers of Lotus Eaters. And if it's got casual viewers, it's because they don't really give a shit. Like, there are people who are going to watch Lotus Eaters because it's Sargon's thing, but like, if they're in America, they don't really care about British politics. All they think is Sargon's talking about the Muslim rape gangs again. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure. Lactoid might be the least appealing I think of. See, the problem is, and again, I don't hate Lactoid by any means. He's exactly what you'd expect him to be, and he has some pretty fucking wild takes. Fuck me. I got told this was fucking boring. Let's go ahead. I want to see Wick argue with Tim. Oh, he looks. That's a fun expression. Let's go from here. We are going to move on to another Wick panel, by the way. We're going to go and watch a classic Wick panel. Because this man debating serious topics like Ukraine, I want to show you some classic Wick.
What did he say that?
Putin said that he would cut off trade with Ukraine if they entered into an agreement with the EU because he didn't want cheap European products flooding into Russia.
Okay. What does it have to do with whether or not Russia is just...
Are you not gonna point out that that's insane? Are you? I just clicked. Watch Tim Pool say something that was completely fucking insane, and Wick's just like, okay, what? No, what? What?
The escalation
or whether we have interest in continuing to support Ukraine. I'm just curious.
It was a question about if you understood the political conflict that's occurring in Ukraine and why the war was happening, because you made several assertions about Putin's statements. So I asked you what Putin said, and you didn't know. And then you made an incorrect...
a lot of things, and I'm sure that there are things that I have said that, or that Putin has said that I am unaware of. That's true. Fair enough.
The issue
if he has said some things that I am unaware of, I grant you that.
The trade agreement with Ukraine issue, and largely in the election with Yanukovych and Tymoshenko, had to do with whether or not Ukraine would be opening up to or joining the European Union. Yep. Many of the Western Ukrainians wanted to join the Schengen zone so they can get freedom of movement to leave Ukraine. And they viewed it largely as Poland. They saw it as an opportunity the same as Poland had. When Poland joined the Schengen zone, millions of Poles began to flee the country and go to other countries, notably in the UK, where they started taking jobs with higher base pay because Poland's economy wasn't as good. The EU didn't want to induct Ukraine because their economy was way too...
Yes, I'm 100% correct. This is two real-life Wojaks debating. This is fucking agony.
Worse, substantially worse. And the average Ukrainian at the time was making about $400 per month for like your median job. Sure. That meant if they did open the door to trade with Ukraine, 10 million Ukrainians instantly leave Ukraine and go to any...
It's so confusing why a Russian shell company would give a ton of money to Tim Pool, isn't it? Real mystery. How does Tim know any of this? I mean, a lot of this is actually pretty well cited. So it depends on your reading of it. So yes, yeah, the war's like one of the big things that kicked the war off was the idea of Ukraine joining the EU, because at that point Russia could never do anything, and like Wick's actually correct. Putin for a long time has wanted to rebuild. It's why the 2014 action happened in the first place. So that's kind of like the line, because once Ukraine joined the EU as well, it's likely that Ukraine would have been, shall we say, better financially off with a lot of the money coming back in from the EU. And then they probably could have stabilized to the point of actually being able to join NATO, which before that, you know, when we're looking at sort of that period, they just weren't in a position to do. They wouldn't have met the qualifiers. So that was a legitimate argument. It was just kind of fucking dumb. It's like, it's not a reason for war. Do you know what I mean? It's like not an argument for invading a sovereign nation. It's just like a thing that kind of you can say, yeah, that's a concern from Putin's side. But it's a concern from Putin's side because, again, he wanted to take re-ownership of Ukraine. It's not like a virtuous point. I fucking hate all the war is bad, okay? Shit, like, from people. They'd have no fucking problem if it was like something that was painted to them in a positive way. And the protectivism is purely on the basis of, I don't know, what's a good way to put this? Who they feel their audience is going to be sympathetic to.
Any other EU country where they can start taking jobs that pay more, which would have caused economic destabilization, not too dissimilar to what they saw with Spain and Greece, which they're trying not to repeat. However, Ukraine was actively in a political dispute. Western powers, notably the U.S., and funding various NGOs through USAID and with European interests, were supporting the EU side of the argument. Russia was supporting the Russian side of the argument, which is why the country was split east to west. The Kiev Oblast obviously was moving to the west, which is why you get Euromaidan. So a lot of NGOs were able to organize with the assistance of USAID. I don't think it's as simple to say that the CIA snapped their fingers and made a revolution happen. They provided the resources so that activists in places like Kiev could do the work without having to worry about having jobs or not getting paid enough money. So largely what ends up happening is Russia issues an ultimatum. Both sides offered tons of money to Yanukovych at the time. Russia said, look, if you open the door to European trade, we're shutting you down. We're not going to do trade with you because cheap European products would then flood into Russia.
Nothing wrong with that.
So Russia has protectionist policies to prevent their economy from being disrupted. So Yanukovych said, okay, let me get back to you. Went to the West and said, Russia's going to cut us off. What do you have to give us instead? When it came down to brass tacks, Russia offered, I think, somewhere around...
Does Tim have cancer or does he just like wearing the beanie? Tim is very upset about the fact that he's been bald since a young age. It used to be a game at Occupy for people to steal his hood, beanie, and that's going back to like 2010s. That's pretty bad.
Around like several $1 billion. And Yanukovych was leaning towards taking the deal with the Russian Trade Federation over the EU. This is when the Euromaidan protests ignited, and we got the coup, which led to the physical ousting of Yanukovych. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Yanukovych was a good guy by any means. Timoshenko was also accused of corruption. Ukraine is considered to be one of the most corrupt countries in Europe, especially
Which is improved.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, listen. This is pretty dire. Let's get back to Wick. I don't listen to Tim.
Also, the sovereignty of a nation matters as well. Sometimes these things can come in conflict. I tend to side with sovereignty over self-determination when it comes to these things, but there are extreme instances.
Tell us of these cheap European products Tim is talking about. I don't really even know how to address... I don't know what he'd be fucking referring to, because Europe is largely like an importing nation for a lot of its shit, because, you know, does the same from China. I mean, you've got places like Germany that are manufacturing based, but their shit tends not to be particularly cheap. I'm trying to fucking think. Poland tends to export human labor. Spain is all like is a tourist place. So is Portugal. That's like the buffer of their economy. The other thing like Portugal does a lot is like there's a lot of like oil and gas companies there, and energy companies. A lot of Germany companies in Portugal base themselves out of there. I don't know why, they just do. What else? France is all agriculture. Italy and Britain are banking. You've got like some production, but nowhere near what it used to be. It's just cheaper to import. It has been for a long time. I mean, when it comes to sort of cheap products, you're really looking at the stuff produced kind of India and China. That's like where cheap production is. Poland exports screen doors for submarines. Thanks, Potato. Tariff it all. Oh, fuck. I mean, the tariffs are just... I can't fucking believe... Like, I thought this was a joke. When I opened Twitter and I saw the White House had tweeted out, "Don't retaliate and you'll be rewarded," I was like, that's the most... That's the sort of thing like an abusive husband says to his wife. Hey, listen, I'm going to hit you a few times, but if you don't retaliate, you'll be rewarded. Sounds like the sort of thing that I Am Alex would say to Alice. Hungary makes cheap shit sometimes. Well, I mean, for like nicest way possible, like former sort of like bloc nations are not going to have the highest stuff. Hungary's a really interesting country. Like a lot of like mathematical stuff comes out of Hungary. It's like if you look into its history, it's fascinating. I think like there's some really interesting stuff around. Like I'm trying to think. Basically, this bounced off the fact that the Rubik's Cube was invented there. I remember going through this shit with Hungary a few years ago. Donald Trump's statements are my reference for a healthy relationship dynamic. It makes sense. Yeah, the terrorists are stupid. I mean, I don't know. Fucking, what else are you meant to do but laugh? You're just like, okay, buddy. Think about who our president is. I wish he was doing cocaine so I could explain his actions. Look, I mean, fuck it, whatever. Just, I don't know what to say anymore. Wasn't that all Hungarian Jews? Not many of those left nowadays. No, actually, Hungary's really weird. Hungary's language is like nothing like the rest of Europe's. It's like much closer in origin point to kind of like Mongolian. Because Hungary's like huge amounts of Hungary just were taken over by the Mongol Empire. So a lot of it's like a lot of their like genetics and stuff aren't really that intermingled with the rest of like Europe. It's kind of unique. People just think Hungary and Poland are basically the same. They couldn't be more different. I'm just waiting for things to continue getting more expensive for us. Don't worry, you can all come to England. We're collapsing too, but it's fine.
Where I think, you know what, self-determination is probably the way to go. For example, if your people are being genocided and you want to...
This is it. Wick ended up in a 2v1. How did he not see this coming? Okay, listen, I'm bored. We're going to watch some classic Wick. The
underlying question is...
Did I just break my camera? Did I fucking change videos and it's like... Okay. Go away. Come back. Does that work? Is that good? Jesus. Okay. This is our worst panel ever, featuring Chud Logic and Straighter Aid. Let's get... What the fuck is this?
Do we have the same autonomy concerns for animals as we do for humans that would make their consent even
Hey, Zero, how you doing?
necessary?
I would rather have a society where people fuck animals and are all vegan than a society where, well, this one.
Oh, guys, you need to be 100% morally consistent if you want to criticize fucking dogs. And let's talk about veganism, actually. It's a backdoor debate to veganism.
I would rather take somebody who's inconsistent and eating a burger but not fucking a dog than someone who's being completely morally fucking consistent and they fuck dogs on the side.
No,
okay?
yeah. Let me ask a question. Has anyone...
Is there any wonder why this content bracket fucking died? Like...
Anyone here fucked an animal, yes or no?
I'm curious too.
Have you had sex with any animal?
I thought that was Dickus.
I tasted a dog's penis once.
Pinker with the 5. Here's your money. Thank you. Much obliged. I remember old Wick used to catch some of his panels he did. New Wick, though, I don't know. It's like New Coke. Bring back the classic. Like, I've said this many times about Wick. There was a point where Wick was legitimately putting on some really fucking insane content that was just wild. And then, okay, do you know what happened? Wick started getting paid by a political organization called Progressive Victory. And he was like, guys, I have to do serious political commentary now. No more dog fucker panels. Bro, come on, this is banging.
Hello. Welcome to yet another episode of Wick TV. We had the conversations that you want me to talk about. And apparently this week, y'all wanted me to talk about very meaty subject. Now I'm going to be a little more heavy-handed on the moderation than normal. I'm going to keep them on a tight leash, gang, for this one. Okay, making sure they don't go wild and crazy and start with the zoomies. But we're going to talk, to be frank, about zoophilia or fucking dogs. And it's in the news.
So let me give a little lineup for this. I know Witt's going to do it anyway, but you may remember there was a girl on Twitter like 2 years ago. Fuck, this is 2 years ago. I remember this happening. I'm fucking old, guys. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. This girl was talking about like how she liked to fuck a dog, and that should be fine. That should be fine and normal. And everyone's like, okay. I can't believe Chud was on this. It's so wild.
Recently, due to the OnlyFans girl who got banned from OnlyFans for bestiality.
Sorry, what was her name again?
A naughty princess. Exactly. So that's something to talk about.
What does the naughty thing mean? What's the naughty thing about?
We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Trust me. We got some experts, some subject matter experts that's going to explain this to you in more detail than you would ever hope for.
Don't act like you don't already know, Chud. Come on.
But for now, we're going to talk.
Just doesn't want clips of him saying it.
About whether or not this has any. Should she have been banned for this? Isn't this just another brand of sexuality? Right? Is anyone actually being hurt? Well, we'll get into it.
So I'm going to assert through this debate that although I am not personally a zoosexual, I am an ally, and what Naughty Princess is doing is not wrong. I've seen a number of otherwise respectable personalities rail against this woman for
2 years later. This is 2 years later. Lactoid is on Tim Pool debating Ukraine, being praised by Tim Pool's arguments 2 years before. Dog fucking's fine though, isn't it? The guy next to Lactoid, by the way, is Smugbug, who at the time was regularly arguing for like veganism and that fucking dogs was like more ethical than eating meat. Kill's just like, fuck this. Oh, so Brian Mullins is fine, but when I show you this, you're like, oh no, fuck this noise. Such a girl, boo.
For her sexuality. Every argument that I've seen used against this woman and zoosexuals in general are the same arguments that are used against homosexuals, necrosexuals, transsexuals, etc., and are merely bigotry, which I won't address, with the exception to one argument that I think is more uniquely weaponized against zoosexuals and I do think is worth approaching, which is the concept of an animal not being able to consent. Putting aside the blatant hypocrisy of accepting the mass detention, torture, and slaughter of animals in the meat industry, the imprisonment and exploitation of animals in the egg and milk industry, and the enslavement and confinement of animals that are our pets, none of which animals can consent to, the underlying question is, do we have the same...
Guy Rise with the 2. Jesus, Beckett, no wonder you got annoyed and left. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my breaking point was sarcastic terrorism. Because I was just like, there's no basis for any of this in the literature at all. It's just so fucking stupid. And I was just sat there going... Is this really what I want to be doing with my time? I remember somebody, like, I used to love debating and arguing, and now I kind of, there's this clip of Keanu Reeves where he's like, I've become happier in life just being like, if someone says something crazy, regardless of what it is, they're like 2 + 2 = 5. I'm like, sure, you do you. And that's kind of how I view a lot of this shit now. So why whenever we cover content like this, or when it's a low, it's a lull, there's not much fucking stuff going on. I should say as well, by the way, for those of you wondering who are following the Ant and Sai versus Leo Courtney and KP stuff, I am working on a video with that. I actually had a conversation with Ant over it. I spent about 2 days looking into it. So I will get a video out probably within the next week on that whole fucking fiasco. But it's kind of a lull. And like when looking at stuff like this, that's why I don't want to sort of sit here and start explaining some of the more bizarre political takes. Because I'm just like, It's a waste of my fucking time. I shouldn't have to sit here and explain to you guys why fucking dogs is wrong. I don't feel like that's important.
Autonomy concerns for animals as we do for humans that would make their consent even necessary to allow them to eat peanut butter off of the vagina of a woman. The reason we don't let other beings that can't consent, such as children, engage in this behavior is there are harms and risks of harm associated with that behavior that cannot be consented to. Harms and risks that we can definitively measure. We're concerned about these harms or risks of harm that cannot be consented to, for which that affects a being that we value, a child. Unless the opposition can prove that same long-term harm or any harm at all, it would appear as though a dog, cow, horse is only gaining benefits. The risk of
freak show for the two. Explain it. It is important. Do you know what? I said this about, I can't believe I can't believe this is a sentence that I have to fucking say. I said this about the about some of the like lolicon and pedophile debates that happened. I think an acceptable answer, if I'm honest, is it's just fucking gross. I don't think it needs to be. I don't think you need a philosophical framework for it. I don't think you need more than that. I think anybody who's going to come to you and seriously demand, you need to give me a philosophical frame. Sure, I can do that. I'm a Kantian. I'm just like, yeah, cool. It's a. I think God's against it. There you go. There's my framework as a religious, but I think God's against it. Fuck off. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much it. It's pretty whatever. But I think anybody who's coming to you and like demanding you have like a solid, consistent philosophical framework for it, I'm like, I don't know, bro. If you can be like debated to the point where you're like, well, I guess I have to accept this horrific thing now, I think there's something wrong with you. I think you're fucked up. Is that weird? Is that the coward's take? I think you're fucked up. I think that's what it is. I don't think it needs more than that. Okay.
of harm is simply not the same. Our value of the animal is not the same. Therefore, sex with an animal is far more comparable to owning a pet than it is to actually harmful sexualities such as pedophilia. For that reason, I suspect most of the opposition to Naughty Princess is actually just irrational disgust, bigotry. Thank you.
Irrational disgust and bigotry. Well, thank you.
Can we just point out the right wingers are so far arguing for this, not any lefties. It's the right that are arguing for bestiality.
Okay.
Just want to make that clear.
Let people have their say. Let the dog fuckers speak, right? And we'll get to.
Your webcam is not having a nice time today. It's rusty. Is it failing a bit? Is it like stuttering? That's all right. That seems to be capturing all right. Hasn't been used in a while, to be fair. That is true.
We'll get to you. Don't worry, Chet. We'll get to you. Smug. Speaking of Smug, it's your turn. Let's hear it.
Yep. Lactoid is such a devoted king to consistency that he will even bite the bullet on this. And I agree. You don't care about the dogs. I think we can probably just skip past that part, right? You can't claim to care about the dogs if you don't care about any other component of the animal agriculture industry, particularly the massive components of it that are sexually exploitative and involve non-consensual sex acts on animals. So, if you don't give a shit about the dogs, you're gonna have to explain why dog fucking has a unique ability to harm society. You need to explain why that...
Zoophilia isn't a left or right thing, though. Could you imagine if it was? Could you imagine if this is where we ended up? I mean, I guess it's a fucking libertarian thing. I don't fucking know. The lamp keeps weirding out. It's not on much. I've got another lamp that I tend to use day to day, so it's having issues. Maybe I need to rework my background. I'll get around to that at some point.
Kind of degeneracy, ends up being worse for society than the very real harms that the animal agriculture industry engages in every single day. I'm not trying to make this a vegan argument. I want to understand why dog fucking actually harms society any more than anything that society already does.
Nim. Yo, how's it going? Just joined and I'm immediately scared. Yeah.
With or around.
Look, all the good content I've got coming up is all being worked into videos. I can't do any of it on stream. I have folders upon folders. No, I've got loads of stuff like fucking knocking around that, but it's all stuff I want to do as videos, so I'm kind of a bit fucked for actual content.
Or exploiting animals.
So
and you won't be able to do it.
Are you pro dog fucking or anti?
I'm anti dog fucking and anti animal exploitation, but I don't think you can be one or the other. It's all or nothing, baby.
Fair enough. Next up we have Dog, please.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Dog. I'm not a zoophile despite my profile picture. But yeah, no, I kind of support.
I'm not a zoophile despite how it looks. Fuck me.
Well, I don't know if I should say support, but I do believe dog fucking is permissible. At the very least, if the person takes proper precautions to make sure the animal and themselves aren't injured or harmed in the process. And I agree that if you support like slaughter of animals, then I really don't know what.
Okay, listen. If this is gonna be a vegan panel, I'm gonna bounce because this is fucking boring. I didn't come on a panel with the Wick. I didn't come on. Let me ask you a question. Okay, fuck this intro bullshit. Has anyone here fucked an animal?
Do you know? Chud stopped doing panels like this, but he was like at this point. Chud was probably the most like Chud was very much a kingmaker in that little community, and you can tell that he's like, okay, listen, guys, I'm just here to debate the dog fucking. I don't want any of this gay vegan shit. I like Chud like this. I will admit.
I didn't come on. Let me ask you a question. Okay, fuck this intro bullshit. Has anyone here fucked an animal? Yes or no?
I'm curious too.
Has anyone on the panel fucked an animal? Yes or no? Answer the fucking question. Everyone go round and answer. Go.
No.
I have never fucked an animal, but if I did, I wouldn't admit it because it's against the law.
Yeah, you can't really admit to illegal activity on Twitch, man.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah.
What?
For now, we.
I guess it depends
What's
where
the
you did
fucking
it.
point of this? Is it just a vegan panel? I don't want to have a conversation about fucking veganism. I don't give a shit, okay? I come on to speak about dog fucking. Everyone's bringing the vegan arguments. Are we going to talk about dog fucking? Shut the fuck up, smug bug, you fucking idiot. Are we here to talk about dog fucking or talk about veganism? What's
It's
the
actually
point of
not
this
illegal
panel?
in most of the U.S. to fuck animals.
Tragically, I'm not in the US and neither is Chad, so.
I don't think
But
that's
we know, Smug, I know that you didn't fuck a dog, okay? I'm talking to the
Oh,
other
guys, you
motherfuckers
need
on
to be
chat.
100% morally consistent if you want to criticize fucking dogs. And let's talk about veganism, actually. It's a backdoor debate to veganism. Are we talking about fucking
Wait,
dogs or
hold
not?
on. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan. I
Yeah,
genuinely
listen.
believe that I think most of the reason why people are against this is just because of disgust factor, which is the exact same reason they were against gay people.
Yeah,
Are
I
you just
kind
here
of
to
agree with
argue
that.
for
Though.
disgust?
Huh?
Like, what is your argument if not just disgust, Chad?
Chud Logic is a guy on the internet. I'm stealing that, by the way. Fuck you!
I want to talk about dog fucking and everyone's talking about veganism and I don't
We're gonna
understand
talk
why.
about dog fucking. I
No,
promise
but we're
you.
just making an argument. We're just saying that if you support one, you don't have a case against the other, and also be consistent.
That's not even fucking true. That's not even fucking true. There are absolutely other reasons to oppose
Let's
fucking
debate the
animals
trash fire.
besides being.
I fucking missed this sort of shit in Twitch poll. Like, there was good stuff there. In very limited quantities.
Inconsistent. Even if why are you arguing that everybody needs to consistently be a dumb fuck? Okay, I would rather take somebody who's inconsistent and eating a burger but not fucking a dog than someone who's being completely morally fucking consistent and they eat burgers and they fuck dogs on the side.
No,
okay?
yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what we're saying. We're saying that if you believe one is right, then you don't have a case against the other, right?
How do you know that people think it's right to be killing animals? I think everybody here probably
I'm not
will
saying
pick it- would say-
I'm saying if they think one is right. I'm not saying they do think one is right. I'm saying
It's not just eating, by the way. It's like owning or having a pet or playing fetch with your dog.
Is y'all's argument just like, oh, okay, so if we can kill animals, why can't we fuck them right before? Is that your argument?
Not exactly, no.
That's
okay, then what is it?
I mean, well, my argument is simply that I don't think it does any harm.
That lady is the only one aside from Chud that makes sense. Well, it's interesting. This is a nice where are they now moment, because that lady is straighterade. I was like, I won't talk about the pixie stuff. I won't talk about the pixie stuff. But that's straighterade. The person who leaked all of Pixie's shit. What a weird fucking timeline we're on. I fucking love, like, it's so interesting seeing how everyone has ended up. Like, fuck. I know that there are, like, there are old panels of me doing shit like this. It's like, where's Beckett now? Oh, he's just laughing at pedophiles. Really stepped up the content. Access with a 10. Can I say, as someone who used to be mildly interested in horse breeding, please, okay, where the fuck is this guy? I'm sick of people comparing extracting horse seed to breed another horse with a horse to sticking your human ding-dong in one. I mean, thank God that went that way. Yes, I agree with you. Well, if I guess she gets a win in this debate and nowhere else. Like, yeah, I mean, everyone's got, like, weird histories. Like, Twitch poll was... Twitch poll, like the ACC, is a weird, like, fucking nexus point of a lot of random shit that's happened, like, down the road. Okay, let's go.
Well, it can in some cases, but in cases where precautions are taken not to harm the animal,
what do you mean precautions?
It is okay.
Like, what are you talking about precautions?
Yeah,
so what are the potential harms? If you were a dog fucker in training, okay, and you really wanted to, like, fuck dogs, but you didn't want to hurt the dog, what precautions would you take?
Well, for starters, I mean, one simple one is just to recognize the size difference, right? If you have, like, a little dog and a big fucking cock, you know, that's going to cause some problems, right?
It's always the size difference.
Okay, well, let's just talk about Naughty Princess. Like, she obviously didn't fuck the dog. The dog must have fucked her.
Who here has watched the video of Naughty Princess getting fucked by a dog?
You.
I only saw the one on Twitter of her making out with the dog. I didn't see.
Wait, can you link that?
I mean,
has anyone seen it?
Can you link that? Isn't that illegal? I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Do not link the video in my chat, please.
You can't admit that. Fuck, Jesus.
Chud, you know what? I've seen videos of that happening. I didn't need to see another one to know what it looked like. Okay, buddy.
Okay. Well, let me explain.
I didn't see her stuff, but I've seen
Okay, please describe it in detail if you feel it's necessary for the panel. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, the first point is she's bent over. There was visual verification. She's got the same tattoo as Naughty Princess on Twitter, so it's definitely her. A little white dog, some sort of poodle, I don't know, comes up and tries to mount her. You don't actually see the penetration. It looks like, because it's a side view, it looks like it's too small to get in there. So its little fucking lipstick dog zombie cock is popping about trying to get in there, and it seems like she's enjoying it, but it doesn't look like there's actual penetration, but you can't tell 100%, okay? And then after a minute, the video stops. That's what happens.
You're arguing against this.
That's wrong, according to you?
Morale would have loved this debate. I'm pretty sure that, like, that's illegal in the UK. I love the fact that Chud's like, listen, we need some fucking content here. Just, like, openly admitting to viewing it.
Like,
how many times did you press replay?
I watched it twice to make sure to see what was going on, but I did not get erect. Make a note of that. I did not get erect. Okay, make a note of that.
The cock cage was secure.
Would you have gotten erect had it been a bigger dog?
But can you explain?
What if it was a German Shepherd? What if it was a Great Dane?
What was a Great Dane?
If a white woman, right, loses control and fucking fucks a dog in private, whatever. I'll turn a blind eye to that. I don't really care. Okay. My issue is the normalization of it and people sort of seemingly trying to push for it. And you fucking idiots are being useful idiots because you're coming up with all these logic-bar arguments, not to test the core of your moral foundation, but to actually support a woman fucking a dog on video and that being perpetuated and being accepted by society. That's what zoophiles want. They want you to make these arguments so they can go, well, we're free reign, we're good to go, and their position gets normalized. When I think there isn't.
I just agree with this. It's the same argument I make with a load of shit. Becca, I was having a good day and then you bring me this. Listen. I wanted to go live with something. I was like, listen, it's not my fault that Wick on Tim Pool is actually surprisingly fucking boring and annoying. So I'm like, nah, might as well do this, okay? I need to, like, there is like apparently another thing of like Destiny going at Connor, but God, I need some good art drama, or like some fucking brony drama.
An issue with normalizing further abuse of animals, like exactly like Straight Raid said.
Fun part is that's a Destiny argument. Listen, I mean, from my perspective, it's just from watching the Amoshi shit happen years ago. I mean, that's just clearly what was happening in those conversations, and that's what happened with all the map conversations. It was all about normalization. It was just like, this is why I have a general position of wood chipper. It's not because like, oh, that's an edgy comment to me. I'm just like, it's just fucking, again, it's easier. It's just easier to be like, I don't feel like debating this point. I don't feel the need to engage. I'm like, I actually don't I don't care if I persuade anyone, because like your position is so far gone that I'm probably just in, like, I don't give a fuck. What am I gonna do? If you're serious, if I'm like the bastion wall who's meant to persuade people like fucking animals or children is wrong, it's like some other things have gone seriously fucking wrong for it to come to that point. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, wood chipper, it's fine. I just I don't care. Doesn't need more than that. Doesn't require it. Doesn't need it. Doesn't require it.
Great point by Straight Raid, I want to say, right? If you have abuse already that we agree is bad, maybe some people don't. I think that eating meat is bad. I do it in spite of the fact that it's, I think it is wrong to do that, right? I'm just a lazy fuck. A third of my meals are vegan, by the way. Nonetheless, I don't think we need to add
points. Congrats.
I don't think we need to add to that by saying, right, well, if that's okay, let's add more onto the pile and just start fucking animals. I think we should stand against that and push towards a place where, we don't abuse animals.
Killer the blood spiller with the 5. Backbreaking the family dog is bad because I believe a god will send you to eternal nothing when you pass on. You can't falsify my belief. I win. Yeah, I mean, this is just like, just have a Kantian position. Like Kantianism, like in simplest terms, it's like you shouldn't lie because lying is bad, and it will always be bad. In Kant's position, it's like you lose control of like the repercussions from lying, essentially, and you will always end up doing that, whereas the truth is a straight line. He uses like the goodwill to sort of bridge a lot of these gaps, but if you're coming from a religious perspective, that's actually fine. It's really not a fucking issue. So yeah, just do that.
In society, we don't fucking murder them to eat them and shit like that.
Yeah, you guys are going in the wrong direction.
They're not the useful idiots for making the arguments because they want to fuck the dogs, or people who want to fuck dogs just want post hoc rationalization. You're the useful idiot for bringing them onto these panels and hearing them out as if they're equals to you.
Wait, but no one has fucked a dog, have they?
What's
wrong with your mic?
Definitely going to hear this.
What?
People who want to fuck dogs are definitely going to hear this panel.
Yeah, and who are they going to be more happy with? The people that are going, yeah, this is a bit fucking weird, we probably shouldn't do this or normalize it, or the people that are making these logical arguments and going, these guys are
every
right.
sexual minority ever.
I don't fucking care about other sexual minorities, okay? Outlaw them too if all I fucking care. If it means people don't fuck dogs.
I would rather have a society of people, of vegan people who fuck animals than people who eat animals and don't fuck them. Like, one of them has materially less harm from every perspective.
Wait, what was that?
What?
I would rather have a society where people fuck animals and are all vegan than a society where, well, this one. That would literally
Wait,
be better.
Sasuke,
Guess what?
you can't
We
be
have the
vegan and
worst
fuck
of both
animals.
worlds.
You're right.
You
You're
can't
right.
be
I'm
vegan
saying
and
that
fuck
that's a
animals.
lesser
That's not
harm. That
possible.
would literally as in they followed a vegan diet.
So back in the day, a lot of people used to dislike Smugbug. Oh! Smugbug. How do I put this? There is an old stream of Smugbug basically doing Chudbug, where he was like, he's going to take a right-wing position, and then people could come on and debate him. And I came on as an anarcho... what was it? It was like an anarcho-primitivist, and then outright winged him, because he was like trying to do this red pill thing, and I was like, nah, you just hit women with a club and drag them into the hovel. He didn't really know what to do with that. Beckett used to love Smugbug. I don't dislike Smugbug, don't get me wrong. But Smugbug used to really annoy people because he's one of these people of basically pushing logical extremes. And the argument he used to throw out was the dog brothel stuff. So he used to argue over and over again with people that material harm from like fucking animals was going to be much lower than eating them, and like it would be like a lower harm for like human psychology, like he'd bring up like things like slaughterhouses. And again, it was a time when no one really wanted to just accept the ick factor of maybe fucking animals is just, gross. And Smug's breaking point with a lot of people was there was a story about a school in the US that was giving dildos to children for sexual education, and Smugbug went on Chuds and argued that this would be this was a good thing. And so a lot of people started calling Smug a pedophile. And then he got banned because of copyright infringement. Advocate with a 2. I just sat down. What? Yeah. This debate is fucking painful. I think he has a new channel called the Pond Scum Podcast. He does. He's had a couple of interesting episodes. Yeah, I don't hate Smug. We had a slight falling out, like a couple of months ago, but I think we're mostly fine. I don't have any issues with Smug. Counterpoint: a dog is not the same as a fish or a fucking cockroach. Sure. I don't know why that's a counterpoint. Hello, a little late from Diorio. Oh yeah, fuck. Next live, isn't he? I hope he had a good stream. I tuned in briefly and I was like, he's gone over everything that I've got in the Twitterverses. Can't complain too much. It only took me like 2 hours to make.
No, it's not, because in order to be vegan, you can't support any sort of...
Yes,
okay, we're going to do
this.
Smugbug, are you just going to do the thing where you speak everyone over time like the insufferable cunt that you are? Because if you are, it's a waste of fucking time.
Can you be a vegan and own it, like play fetch with your dog? Can you own a dog?
He's doing Nerd City right now.
Sure.
Oh, is he still alive?
Sure. Well, no, not sticking your dick in it, but we're talking about what
he's doing. Nerd City. What the fuck is going on with Nerd City? Is fuck? Nerd City has become like a content bracket that exists purely for Diorio. I don't know how this has happened to a channel that big. That clip of Gator was crazy, bro. Yeah, like I used to like Gator. I used to like Gator as well. That's where some of my annoyance with Gator comes from. Because I'm like, dude, you used to be funny. Like, the fuck happened to you? Do you know who really fucking hates Gator as well? Fucking King of Pole. King of Pole hates Gator with a passion. It's very entertaining to listen to, unironically. Vegans are probably morally higher, but I like my steak, damn it. Yeah, listen, I think veganism's the correct moral position, but I also like steak, and I'm lazy, and I can't be bothered. Okay? Listen, I like a salad, but I like chicken on the salad, okay? So I don't know how eating fish is the same as screwing a dog.
assisted, right? What's like we were talking about like risk of harm or normalizing what she did. Like what is the difference in risk of harm from playing fetch with your dog compared to, let's say, putting peanut butter on your genitals and having the dog lick it off, or what in this video where the dog's trying to mount her? There's no harm. Like the harm.
Wait, King of Pole is still around? I haven't spoken to King of Pole in like a year, I think. I don't know what he's doing now. I don't know what he's doing. I've had a couple of conversations with King of Pole. He's pretty chilled, honestly. Almost every associate with Jim ended up being a lolcow in one way or another. I don't know if they'd ever really be considered associates. They've sort of always fucking hated each other, actually, as far as I can tell. I mean, they've certainly hated each other for a long fucking time. But yeah, I think last time I spoke to him, he was like looking at VTubers and how much he hates VTubers. But yeah, I think he still makes the odd thing or two. He'd be an interesting person to have on stream, ironically. But yeah, I've had some good chats with him.
Associated with that is identical to that of playing fetch with your own dog. Like, what's the difference there?
There's no harm when you play fetch with your dog. One, can I ask you? Can you tell me the difference between shaking a woman's hand and going right up to her and kissing her on the mouth within 5 seconds of seeing her? Can you actually?
He called into random shows. He called Tommy C and lied about who he was. So I ended up chatting to somebody who was like part of his like group, and that's how I ended up like chatting to him in a Discord. But I was just listen. You all know me. I love chatting to people, especially people who've been around for a long time. So that's how I ended up talking to Brian, and that was it was interesting. I ran here from Nicholas Diori's stream because he decided to play the Sniper Wolf video. Do you know what? I'm kind of flattered that I'm like the alternative show. That's quite nice. I know there's like literally nothing else on, so like you're welcome in. We're watching a panel about dog fucking. It's really not much better, but that's actually pretty nice. It's nice to hear that.
Psychological harm done to the woman, a feeling of violation, that she doesn't want that to happen. But like the dog, it's clear. Like if the dog is licking the peanut butter, the dog wants that, right?
Okay, wait, but you can use the same logic from a child. You can use the same logic with a child. A child doesn't know what they're doing, do they?
My whole intro was explaining why it's different than that, right? Because when we're talking about, again, like a child, you also can't own a child as a pet, right? There's certain rules in place, and we also care about the future well-being, like psychological well-being of the child. The dog is not going to have future psychological problems from licking peanut butter.
How do you know that? How can you tell that? How do you know a dog doesn't have psychological problems?
Okay, is there any evidence
You don't know that at all. You've got no idea. Well, we don't understand a dog's brain well enough. This is why the consent argument sucks as well. An animal cannot consent
You're right.
to having sex with you.
I
don't understand.
I have equal evidence that there is long-term psychological.
I had war flashbacks from when we watched the Sniper Wolf video. I think the only Sniper Wolf thing I like is like the avocado cartoon. That he like Avocado did like a Sniper Wolf cartoon, and it's really good. But I've never really cared that much about Sniper Wolf as like a person. I'm just like I don't know, crazy bitch, fucking whatever.
Harm from having a dog lick peanut butter off your genitals as with a dog playing fetch. The evidence for both is equal as to whether or not there's future psychological harm for the dog.
If you had to guess what's going to cause more psychological harm, if you had to guess, would it be chucking a ball and they go pick it up and bring it back to you, or smearing peanut butter on your genitals and they lick it off? What would you guess?
Neither has any psychological harm for the dog.
Dogs have literally exhausted themselves to death playing fetch with automated fetch balls. Like that's a shit argument.
Yeah, they can also get injured chasing the fucking ball. They can like knock into furniture. Like
all sorts of shit that could
happen. What's the harm from licking some peanut butter?
But you're talking about a dog not understanding its own level.
Wait, is this a dog fucker panel or it's D&D panel? This is a dog fucker panel. Funnily enough, do you know, I was cleaning some stuff out recently. I don't know whether I deleted it or not, but it's D&D did an interview with somebody, like the person on that fucking pedophile panel who was the pedophile. And I actually still had a copy of it, and I don't know whether, because I was cleaning loads of shit out, and I'm not sure whether I deleted it or not. But I did like sort of catch it and was like, oh, okay. But I might look at that at some point. But I think that It's D&D panel is long fucking gone.
Level of exertion and being, taken advantage of by consistently paying fetch.
Well, your fetish panel appearance. When was I on a fetish panel? I was on a fetish panel? Was I? I don't even fucking remember.
Obviously, I wouldn't advise that someone take a dog out and just play fetch with them until they fucking die. Obviously not. I'm talking about, one instance of going out to playing fetch, chucking the ball and then bringing
Panel
it back.
Aftermath.
There's risk with any activity you do.
I don't think I was on that,
Shadow.
Shadow.
Whether or not this activity has any special risk that justifies throwing people in a cage for doing it. And in this
All right,
case,
Lactoid, wait. We have to leave. We have to leave this vacuum. Okay, we have to actually introduce practical, real-world hypotheticals. So you're telling me that if you walked into your neighbor's,
I think you crashed the one with Relly and slash Decati. Oh fuck, I might have done actually. Yeah, that's where I just hit on Relly, isn't it? Because Relly's like fucking hyper attractive, like at least an 8. And he's just like, yeah, I can't find anyone who loves me. I'm a fucking incel. And I was like, okay, buddy. I know nothing of Smug, but I hope this guy does not ever own a dog. Yeah, I think that was a general consensus.
house, and you saw them with smearing peanut butter on their dick, okay, just dousing it in fucking Skippy, okay, and a dog licking it off of it, you would not find any distinction between that and then if you saw them playing fetch with that dog.
So logically, there would be no distinction. I agree.
No, shut the fuck up about logic, okay? I'm telling you what.
Well, I know.
That's what you think
is
about.
difficult. I get it. Yeah.
What's the logic and consistency here? Would
so
you
the whole-
walk in and think about the logic of it, you fucking retard?
Yeah, so
Would you walk in and think,
the
what's the
psychological
logical breakdown of smearing peanut butter on the genitals?
Yeah. Arguments
fuck out of here with this,
arguments are an exercise of logic. If we just wanted to like come in here and just bloviate about our emotional reactions to things, we could do that as well. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting, I guess, because I'm not used to seeing that in the same way that in the 1950s, if I came into a room and saw two men fucking, I might be kind of fucking weird. But then it's
if
not
I saw
wrong.
anyone fucking, I'd think it was weird. To be honest with you, whether they're
because,
gay or
it's somewhat
not.
of a private activity. So if I walked into a room and I saw someone fucking a dog, I probably
But it's
wouldn't,
not.
like, I
But
would
it's
not
not a
report
private
them.
activity when it's in a video, is it? And it's put onto the internet. It's not a private activity anymore.
So all porn
No,
it follows
Well,
that same
as long as you're
logic.
not propagating it to children. If you're an adult who clicks on that, you've chosen to engage in in watching that activity. In the same way, when you watch porn, you're engaging to watch like the sexual activity. And
I wish I had a line to fucking Tim Pool where I could just send him this before it, like Lactoid's appearance and Wick's appearance. Like, do you know these guys did a dog fucker panel? I just want to see what would happen.
I'm okay with adults watching porn, but not children.
Yeah, the video didn't rape you, Chad. You
Yeah,
clicked on it.
You
clicked
watched
on
it
well,
twice.
someone sent
you
it to
watched
me.
it twice.
I did watch it
well,
twice
then
because I wanted to see what was going on.
That person raped you.
Listen, if someone wants to watch someone fucking a dog, good luck to you. I don't really care that much.
Well, yeah, okay, but right now we're talking about this in the context of if you fucking do
I
this
don't
activity,
think. But that
you
being
lose
said,
your job,
wait.
you go get put in a cage, the cops come after you. We live
Sure,
like it's
I don't even.
authoritarian.
Okay, were you doing the weird libertarian? Whatever. I don't give a shit if they go to jail or not. Whatever.
Then
I
fine,
don't care
I
about
want
that.
to live in an authoritarian society if that.
I
that's what
know
that means,
all
okay?
leftists are really fascist when you
But-
cut down deep down.
But wait.
I
appreciate it.
So, just because I don't have a problem with someone seeking that out, I don't think that you should have dog fucking on Pornhub. Okay, so what I'm
agree.
saying is,
Okay,
right?
but
So we
email the
shouldn't.
owners.
Well, it's not on Pornhub, is it? I'm saying it shouldn't. It's not now, and it shouldn't be. And they shouldn't be further normalized. You know, if it continues to be a niche thing on the internet, then I'm perfectly comfortable with that. Whatever, you can't fucking eliminate that stuff. But it's the normalization and the pushing of it that we need to stand against. Now, fortunately, most people are against.
See, okay, I can see the people in chat being like, it's crazy that people are debating this. Like, that's an insane thing for like normal human beings to like. It's kind of like the it's kind of like that people will do anything to get on television kind of shit, right? But one thing that is kind of, what's a good way to put it? Like, not fascinating, but like, trying to think of the right phrase. It's like tip of my tongue. Nobody in this audience really fucking cares. Nobody's sat here being like, I can't wait to see how this debate goes so I can work out whether fucking dogs is morally wrong. Well, they're there for, and the reason that debates and panels like this were entertaining in their time was very much like, I want to see the creator I like call people retards and talk about like and shout about an insane topic. And it's also the reason why political debates, generally speaking, are completely fucking pointless, because very few people are swayed in them. You'll get the odd one, but generally speaking, most people are there because they're like, I like this content creator or I like this position, and then I get to see it defended or like supported, and just like the nice little feedback loop scratches the back of the brain. I could write an essay on why it feels like I should waste my time on something else. We've become too internet brain today. Listen, it's nice to have a nice look back. I like a little bit of a lore stream. Let breaks things up.
Against it, right? I mean, unless you disagree, do you think Pornhub should have a tab for fucking dogs?
Well, wait, would you make,
I don't
would
care.
you make that
Sure,
same...
why not? It's not my decision. I don't own Pornhub. If you want to have it be like a specific dog fucking website, I don't care. That should be fine too.
Would you make that same argument for any extreme kink that could be like dangerous, like scat? Do you think that Pornhub shouldn't have a scat?
Yeah, I don't think Pornhub should have a scat segment.
Should Pornhub have a gay section?
Gay porn's alright.
That's a section. That's a separate argument altogether, because you're conflating like the zoophilia thing. You're already presupposing that it's a sexuality or some sort of immutable characteristic that's like worth protecting. And these are not identities. These are behaviors. These are actions. There are editorial decisions that are being made when somebody makes porn and uploads it. This is like completely different. And you're gonna have to get into memes about.
Okay. Let me see if Straighterade stands up for furry rights. I want to say, like, we're not watching the whole of this. I'll kill myself. Let's go way back. I want to see. Okay. So this is the okay. We're gonna watch from here.
What if it was your son fucking a female dog? You would find same thing. So, but even though there is an increased risk of harm there to the dog, you don't care about the dog, so you don't care about the.
Well, yeah, so I don't. But I mean, I think that you could engage in this without risk of harm, like for you guys. But for me,
okay, if you saw that the dog was being harmed in that situation, you would then intervene.
I mean, I probably would if it's my fucking dog. Yeah.
Okay, but what if it's the neighbor's dog? Or what if it's just a stray dog?
Then I probably would not intervene. Yeah.
If it's a neighbor's dog, it's
not my
kind of
dog.
illegal.
This last one, no.
Unless he gets he's like opening himself up to like legal liability.
Lactoid, you walk into your son sadistically cutting up a dog for their own amusement, and you're fine with that.
Wait, so if
it's not illegal. It's a stray dog or something. No one gives a shit.
But it's a further psychological problem.
If they were doing that, I would feel in danger for my own safety. I wouldn't really care about.
No, Dad, it's just dogs.
When they bring in the actual dog fucker.
I only do it to animals because you told me that animals don't matter.
Right, if I believe that,
you told me animals don't matter, Daddy.
Hold on.
Spencer Howard with the 2. What have I missed? Should I rewind and watch on 2 times speed? No, that's basically just a continuous flurry of people discussing dog fucking so far. It's pretty much you can go in at any point.
Yeah, if that was convincing enough, then sure, yeah. But I wouldn't be convinced.
So you come in on the Friday night, and instead of going to the club, your 18-year-old son is chopping the legs off dogs and watching it roll around in a bloody pile in their bedroom, and you're fine with this.
Yeah, boys will be boys. I don't know what you want me to say.
Oh my god. Okay,
I'm not committed to as strong as a position as that. You know, I don't think I have to be committed.
This is the least violent libertarian
I think this is complete
to.
copium. If you walked in on your daughter sucking off a cat or fucking a dog, there's no way you would just be totally chill with it. I think this is just one of those things where you're saying it to win the argument.
Okay, we're going ahead a little bit. Okay, I want to see how this fucking unfolds.
There are people, because I want to be clear, like when putting this panel together, these 3, Lactoid, Rhubarb, and Dog here, are the first 3 that said yes. but there are so many people who wanted on this panel to defend dog fucking. There are so many people who claim to be actual zoophiles, who claim to have had multiple relationships with multiple dogs. This is an epidemic. Even right now,
Where are they?
today,
I want the person who's having a relationship with a dog.
Epidemic.
Not these fakers.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
this
That's very big of them.
This
It's very big of
epidemic.
Lactoid and Dog and Rhubarb. It's very big of you guys. Thank you for being on this panel. And being
Yes,
pro dog
I'm
fucking.
standing up for a oppressed minority, 100%.
clarify, I'm
You
not
wouldn't
for
expect
dog
it from me, but here I am.
Anti-dog.
I don't expect much from you anyway.
Oh, Rhubarb said
Rhubarb,
he's
you're
anti-dog
anti-dog fucking? You were presented
Yeah,
to me
I
by
didn't get to do an
Doobie as
intro.
pro.
We cut those short.
You
Yeah,
were
that was my
presented
fault.
to me as
Oh,
pro.
Rhubarb, if you're not
I
a
wanted
dog,
to
if
do
you're not
that.
a dog fucker, I'm sorry.
No, I'm a zoophile. I'm not.
Oh my
pro-dog.
god.
What? Oh God.
There.
Oh, you're not a dog fucker. I'm sorry. No, I am. Excuse me, madam. Okay. Let's go. I'm intrigued. A really similar thing happened on the pedophile panel. They like all the panelists were like discussing this in like theory, and then like the person who was on the same side as the pedophile. This is a real panel that happened, by the way. This is the soyest I have ever been on the internet. I got really fucked off about this panel. I was very, very soy about it. But it was a pedophile panel, and one of the people on this panel was a pedophile, like a self-confessing pedophile. And the person they'd brought on to debate with them and support them, they were like, this had been going for like an hour and a half. And this person was like, oh yeah, I'm 16. I've been dating the pedophile since I was like 14. And everyone in the panel freaked the fuck out. And I was like, yeah, great. Well done, guys. Well done. It's just exactly the same thing. Oh no. There is a zoophile. Okay. Only took us an hour and 11 minutes to get here. Jesus Christ.
There you go.
Was this the pedo being on the side with his victim? Yeah, the pedophile just literally brought the fucking kid they'd been grooming onto the panel. I'm convinced that was hypnotist Sappho as well. Like the voice is like almost identical.
Okay.
So what
animal is your animal? What
He's a
animal is your
non-offending
animal? It's not
pedophile.
dogs and what? Horses?
What? Horses
I
are
feel like
hot?
it's gonna be
Goats,
foxes.
monkeys,
Fox!
otters?
How do you not get this?
It's a fox in the profile
Can we
picture.
let the zoophile speak, please? So talk to us. What's going on?
Can you guys hush just so we can hear from the zoophile? Is that alright? Fucking hell, Chud.
Otters are hot.
Do you have that panel? No, I don't think it exists anymore.
I could see
Have you
that.
had sex with any animals?
It's like Vaporeon.
I tasted a dog's penis once, but
How did it
How
taste?
did it taste?
it
Yeah.
wasn't sexual.
It wasn't
Okay.
you.
Oh,
You
terrible.
non-sexually licked the dog's penis.
Yeah, I have a fixation on like tasting.
So he did. So when Chud was asking earlier, has anyone here fucked the dog? That was the point where he should have been like, well, he's tasted one. Jesus.
Oh, nice. Non-sexually.
It's a
How does one do that
neurodivergence.
non-sexually?
Oh my god, he's neurodivergent. He has a fixation.
Come on, listen. This
I
kink
would
shaming.
go neurodivergent
Oh,
on this
oh.
Discord, you know.
Oh,
Lactoid,
Oh,
would you
God.
don't you want to celebrate? Isn't this beautiful? Listening
Oh.
to him describe these glorious,
This
beautiful
person-
acts of
This
sexuality.
person
Oh,
should
yeah,
clearly
I
not
do.
be fucking arrested. That'd be ridiculous. You guys want him to be put in a cage.
I never
Insanity.
said that.
Aaron,
was
has he
minor,
done? Wait,
but
Aaron,
Chud did.
has he done more harm by tasting the dog's penis or by eating a single burger?
Probably eating a burger, right?
Aaron.
Probably eating a burger, yeah.
Okay, so he should be in prison for the burger, not the dog penis. There we go.
I
We got
don't
it.
even
we got
believe. I don't even believe in punitive justice, though. That was why when Lactoid asked that, I'm like,
I don't believe in punitive justice. Wood chipper, just wood chipper. Everyone gets a wood chipper. Everyone gets their own wood chipper. It's very nice. You know you can get deals on the fucking things.
this is the
yeah.
gotcha that you think it is. So like,
I don't believe in punitive fucking justice. Is it any wonder that I got fucking sick of that space?
I'm saying, like, there's other ways that you can deal with people who are
How
fucking
would you
dogs
deal with
besides
them
just
That's
throwing them
true.
in prison.
How
Frederick,
would
Oh,
how
it's a
would you deal
derail.
with them?
Okay, fine.
No, I'm curious.
Wait, you want to get
Straight
into
or
criminal
yeah.
justice memes?
I want you to know.
Let's roll.
Say you knew, okay? You knew that your next door neighbors.
So painfully dumb.
They were having sex with animals, okay? All the time, all sources, horses, dogs, kitties, the whole menagerie,
yeah.
okay?
All of it.
And they're
Yeah.
just going at it. How would you deal with this?
I wouldn't be punitive with it in the same way
Okay,
that
so
I want
you're saying
non-offending.
How the fuck do you move off the zoophile on the panel back to straighterade? How? Why? Surely that's no. You've got no. You've got a zoophile on the panel. Jesus.
Wouldn't, but how would you? Right?
Yeah, I can tell you, but I'm
Please.
just like starting from there because people think that like the only way to deal with these things would be to throw these people in prison or like mental facilities, but that's not what I'm saying. I want people to be able to express that they need help or someone to talk to and get and seek treatment and help for these afflictions, not to feel so scared that they can't even like openly talk about it. But I don't want them to feel so comfortable that they could just brazenly go fuck animals and stuff like that without social repercussions.
It's the pedophile argument. Like it should be discouraged and stigmatized, but they should be enabled towards help. And
Yeah,
the
I would respect any
stigmatization
zoophile-
is there to
yeah.
push them towards help. Yeah,
I
okay,
would
that's
respect
fine.
any zoophile who doesn't offend and tries to seek help for their mental afflictions and their compulsive behaviors around animals. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
are you in
commendable. I respect
therapy
that.
for your dog?
Do you know? Okay, here's a serious take for you. I think that my time watching panels like this and interacting with people like this made me less tolerant. Like, legitimately, it made me less... Like, all these people spent all their time arguing that, like, if we go on these panels and we talk about these things, then we can, like, have intellectual, logical debates, and we can, like, increase tolerance, especially for left-wing things. And I think, legitimately, it's done harm, and I would use... It's purely anecdotal, though I would expand that to the multitudes of other people. Like, look at where Chud was 2 years ago. Like, it's still fairly left-wing, and he's still certainly a lefty. But by, like, Chud, I have watched Chud go from a leftist to most people thinking that he is, like, right-wing over the years. Like, interacting with these fucking people. I've got, like, when I sort of, like, fucked off the internet for a while, I definitely became more left-wing. And, like, I was fairly left-wing through my, like, 20s, and over time I've like it's like clawed back to me, so I'm back where I was in like 2016, where I'm just like, maybe fuck everybody. maybe everything's fucking terrible, and they're like, I just like, fuck guys, come on. Like, it's had, like, literally the opposite result that these people wanted. All the people who were, like, arguing back in the day, hey, we need to, like, control the left more and, like, maybe gatekeep a bit more. I know that Erudite's making this argument now, but it's pointless, because Erudite is making the argument that loads of us were having to make years ago, that this was going to happen. It's happened. It has legitimately happened. Spencer Howard too. Watching Boblax made me sympathetic to eugenics. It's too late. It's too fucking late, bro.
Hold on.
By the way, listen. By the way, because Nicholas Diorio went live, my video is going to fucking die. So if you've enjoyed the content tonight, please do like and subscribe. Throw us a super chat. Throw us a membership. It's all very much fucking appreciated. And also go and watch Twitter vs. Boblax. I don't care, actually. I feel like I should chill, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really give a fuck. I'm so tired. Oh, fuck. I literally just want to get to the point where I can get, like, one of the fucking video projects out. Do you know, I've got a fucking video that's, like, 90% done, and I've had the worst block for, like, 2 months. It's brutal. I'm actually turning into Diorio, like his inability to just release a fucking video. I honestly never watched Chud before and thought he was right wing because of his videos against the left. Like, yeah, like if you go back to, like, there was like classic Chud streams. There's one where he just hit like 500 followers or something or like 500 subscribers or whatever it's called on Twitch or something like that. I think it was like 500 followers. It's like really early Chud, and he did a Q&A stream, and the Q&A questions are like, "Hey Chud, how do you support minorities on your platform?" And he's like, "Well, you know, as a white man, I just make sure that I'm listening and like helping promote minority voices." He is like, and he's really softly spoken. It's a real fascinating change. I think one of my favorite, like really old Chud things, just because of how funny it is now in context, is there is a video of Chud criticizing a right-wing comedian. And basically every single thing Chud says against this guy is stuff you could now say about Chud. And it's just like the most perfect fucking foreshadowing for how Chud has become. And like, I'll be honest with you. I prefer Chud this way. I think it's fucking better. I think the soy leftist Chud was just worse. And I get why, because like most people were probably missing quite a lot of Chud's lore, but like Chud got fucked over by these people on a regular basis. I don't blame him for like getting fucking sick of them, and it was very much a case that Chud kept getting fucked over and then slowly just turning to like sort of like drama farming off other people. And a lot of the people who sort of fucked over Chud became his content. And like, I don't know, I kind of can't, I don't hate him for that. I think that's I think it's very funny that they a lot of the Twitch pollers who went after Chud, like for not being left-wing enough, a lot of purity testing of Chud, essentially built their own like fucking demise. Like legitimately built the person who like fucking broke most of them. It's crazy. People change their experience, yeah. The digital blackface Chud, yeah. But Chud's still left wing. Like, actually, I think one of my favorite pieces of like recent Chud coverage was watching him cover the British election. It was really good political coverage. He's still got like quite a talent for it. So yeah, like I think I don't think Chud is a right winger by any means. I think he's still very much a lefty. I just don't think he's a leftist.
So you accuse me of dodging. Wick asked a very simple question. Your neighbor was fucking animals, like, and let's say he refuses to stop. What do you do?
Are you legally allowed to own an assault rifle in the
Yes.
state?
What do you do when your neighbor's fucking a cat? What do you do? What you call the cops? What do you do?
Yeah, probably. In the same way that if I caught my neighbors doing dog fights or cock fights, or like any sort of animal cruelty, like right now, the systems that we have right now, even if I don't personally agree with them, the best that we can do is report it to the local authorities. Yeah.
And then what do the cops do?
I don't know the policies surrounding this shit.
What would you have the cops do when they showed up to the house?
Do you have the clip where Chud criticized the right-wing comedian? Not to hand. I'd have to find it. It's interesting to go over. If someone sends it to me, we'll have a quick watch of it.
What? I don't know. Like, probably they would find them?
They would find them.
Or take him to jail.
What size of a fine? Would it depend on the animal? Would you have a bigger fine for horses than you do a puppy?
Lactoid, you're being you're being unfair. Wait, hold on. Lactoid, you're being unfair. Like, obviously.
He isn't against transgender people, right? Okay. So here's my view of Chud. I don't think Chud is transphobic. I think Chud makes a lot of like jokes that could be viewed as transphobic or like are pretty fucking like harsh, but it's kind of difficult for me to call Chud transphobic because I know that he has like maintained a lot of like relationships with trans people without any fucking issue. So I kind of get where people come from where like Chud's transphobic. I just don't really think that's true. I don't think Chud is just bigoted against trans people. And at the same time, I'm like, I think Chud's edgy and makes edgy jokes. Like, and that's going to make some people uncomfortable. That's okay. But I think that people purity test too much. Like, come back to me when Chud is like organizing hate mobs against trans people. I think if there are trans people in Chud's audience, I don't think he'd be like, get the fuck out. Or like, target them in any way. I just don't think he'd do that. And that's certainly not my experience of Chud. Chud is base, normalizing humor over being soy. Yeah, I think, listen, I think getting fucking Ben out of shape when certain people are joking about things is ridiculous. Chud's prescriptions are fairly nuanced, yeah. I think I think it's... I don't like people boiling each other down to like random stuff. It's like when people do it to me, they're like, Beckett's ableist. Look how much he says retards and makes jokes about autistic people. It's like, well, I'm clearly fucking not. I know I'm not. It doesn't bother me if you say that. Or like fucking Linlin recently with like, Beckett's a fascist. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. Spencer Howard with the 5. There's some deep irony in Chud being an effective counter to right-wing grifters. Same with Queeman being an effective pro-feminist debater. God, Queeman's done some really pro-feminist stuff. But yeah. Actually, though, I have to go to the other fucking thing. Because you guys get a sticker. You guys get a sticker smashing that fucking goal out. Love to see it. As always, please enjoy the sticker. I'm super proud. Thank you guys. It's much appreciated. I will get chat up. Oh, okay. Right, let's keep going. Let's keep going as I get chat up.
Obviously,
no, because
there's a distinction between
me, like, what ought they do,
exactly.
or if you're asking me like what will they do.
Is it how you took it, or is it today?
I know what they will do. Like I'm okay with that.
I know what they'll do now.
I'm asking what ought they do in your society. Let's say you become like the dictator or whatever, and like you find out like, oh, this guy's fucking the cat, and like he refuses to stop. What would you do to stop him from fucking the cat?
And you're saying in an ideal utopian society that I'm in charge of.
Yes.
Okay, I already fucking explained it to you that these people would get therapy and help, not be thrown in jail.
He refuses to go to therapy and help. What do? You force him to go to therapy?
Take the cat away.
Yes.
You take the cat away for a start.
Okay,
you remove them from...
You're talking about using force and throwing people like somewhere
yes,
they don't
this
want
is
to
how we
be.
enforce laws. Yes,
Yeah,
I don't think you have a problem with this.
Well, I think that's like incredibly evil to do towards like a sexual minority who's not hurting anybody.
Well, it's hurting the cat.
You can't know that he's not
Cat's
hurting
It's
anybody.
about the harm to the cat.
If you look through a window and you see someone fucking a cat, how are you to know that the cat isn't having a terrible time of it? You just can't. You can't tell that because
but if you look through, that's an argument too. Because if you look through a window and you see a cat rolling around, blazed out his fucking mind with catnip, or chasing a laser pointer until he gets anxiety, but which by the way is a real thing that happens to cats.
It is
in both of those cases, it is a real thing. Then in both of those cases, the cat is being harmed in a way that's difficult to see for most people. We don't see cats chasing lasers as something that's dangerous to the cat, but it is. Like, it fucks cats up.
What is this stupid panel? They're literally sat there with somebody who is a self-admitted zoophile, and they're like, but what if cats get trauma from laser pointers? Fucking what? Chud of today would be like, okay, we need to zone in on what the fucking content is. Zone in the content. Zone in on the content. I'm like, the zoophile is right there. What are you guys doing? It's right there. Come on, guys, come on, please. Let me out a little bit.
Stop mentally.
Okay, but the risk of a cat getting fucked up from having a dick put in it versus getting a laser pointer, much greater with a dick.
Teddy, you know who is transphobic though? Me. Buy my new book, What is a Woman? Teddy's War Against the Trans Loons, attacking our youth in stores June 26th to celebrate the release anniversary of Harry Potter. Sounds fucking banging, mate. Thank you for the 10.
Getting put in it, I would say.
I don't know if that. I mean, we have studies for the laser pointer thing. Yeah, cat might have been, but we have studies for the laser pointing
out
thing.
A woman? What about that?
I don't know if we've got studies for the fucking thing. If a cat is licking your penis,
I think. Okay, listen, I'll grant this. Okay,
I
I wouldn't call the cops if there was a dog licking peanut butter off some fella's dick. I probably wouldn't call the cops for that. But if the dude was balls deep in a dog, yes, I would. Okay.
Do you care about the harm, not about the?
What if the dog was very happy about it?
You can't tell, lactoid.
No, you can tell. You can obviously. Hey, motherfucker, the dog is expressing everything that would indicate the dog is having a good time. Okay.
But you could say that with someone with Down syndrome. Someone with Down syndrome might look like they're having a good time, but I'm pretty sure you would agree that you couldn't have someone have Down syndrome in the house and fuck them. They've not consented, but they don't know what's going on, and they're giving all the signs.
I remember one of the few times Queen has lost composure a little was him lamenting how hard he's gone after women in the past. He's also fairly reluctant to call women whores. Yeah, I noticed this as some of his erudite coverage, whereas I'm like, like much happier to go after women and call women whores. I have much. I think probably because I'm pretty consistent, I'll do it to guys as well, though. I don't think it's just a women thing. I will do it to guys. I'll call myself, like, I'd say I like had a whore period. Like, but yeah, I think, what's a good way to put this? I think everyone reflects on certain things they think. I've got less issues with it because I fucking hate the feminist movement. I'm just like, whatever. Kitchen, sandwich, it's fine. But like, also, I mean, people will say that I'm like way too soy with things, and there are points where I've been soy. There are points where I'm not as soy. I think everyone's got those, like, there. I think I probably, for a couple of reasons, like, I probably have more progressive takes, quote unquote, with a lot of the trans stuff than a lot of other people kind of surrounding me. I think it's different for everybody. I think that's fine. People can have different priorities. That's okay. I think the most important thing is this, like, when you find people with, like, differing views from you, it doesn't make them bad people. There are definitely bad people out there, or people who are just, like, complete fucking assholes. That's okay. But it's just important to keep remembering, like, people are going to have different experiences that inform their worldview. And you're not going to get anywhere if you just encounter people and you're just like, yeah, fuck this person because of this particular thing, if it's not really that important. It's funny how much Erudite hates him when he's been the most good faith towards her. Maybe Queeman just hates incels more than women, Lamau. I think Queeman's been very good faith towards Erudite. I haven't at all. But I'm also, like, I'm in a weird position with Erudite because I've sort of done my good faith with Erudite, and now I'm very much like, and I admit this, like, I dislike Erudite more because I'm somebody who used to like Erudite, and I am more pissed off about it. But, like, I think you just have to be honest about that. It's like why I try and be, like, really transparent with my biases. We all have them. I think it's just a case of, well, this is mine. You know, as long as you aren't fucking your pets, I'm fine with other opinions. Yeah, I think there are certain things where you're just like, okay, well, that's, you know, a particular thing where you're like, yeah, fuck this person. I think that's reasonable enough. But like, a lot of things is just like general. Like, if I sit here and say that women are whores, for example, like that, like a statement like that, some people are going to have an issue with that. Most people are going to be like, well, Beckett obviously doesn't think that of all women, and is like being slightly hyperbolic, even if he's not like a feminist, quote unquote. Whereas there are other people where you look at like the red pill, where you're like, okay, that's someone who like actually legitimately just fucking hates women. Teddy with a 10. I'm not soy at all. I'm a big, cool, edgy man who says edgy stuff, like slurs and stuff, like a cool, edgy man who's cool and edgy, not a fag. A cool and edgy man. So fucking true. I mean, I am super soy with anything to do involving child abuse. Just insanely soy about it. Because it, like, I find it so fucking like infuriating. So like, what's a good way to put it? I think there's something so intrinsically fucked about going after people in a way that does that much damage. My computer is dying. My computer's dying. I'm back. I exist again. Am I alright? I fucking fuck me. But yeah, I think Queeman. I think Queeman's somebody who definitely has his kind of more progressive points. Queeman's another one who's left wing. Honestly, let's watch the pedo panel to set off Beckett. Look, I've talked about this on stream before. Your computer's trying to spare you from this. True. Cool Anime Girls member for 5 months. How do you feel about Ruby Frank and Casey Anthony? I don't know, actually, because I can't remember who the fuck that is. Let me have a look, and I'll tell you. Oh fuck! Are these the Are Ruby Frank and Casey Anthony the fucking people who like abused their kids for like internet vlogging? Is that it? Like, and like the Daddy-O5 shit and stuff. Yeah, like the people who basically torture their kids for content. Yeah. Fuck those people. Like, yeah. Mormon monster influencer mum, Casey Anthony, batshit bartender who murdered a kid. Yeah. People like that. Fucking, yeah. Child murderers and things like that. Child abusers generally, I think it's one of those where, again, it comes from experience, right? You look at like what's happened to like the people around you. You see like the impacts from that. Like in the Brian stream, like a lot of chat's going to disagree with me on my position around sex work, but it's not a position taken from like random internet points. It's a position coming from the side of, I have a lot of friends who used to be strippers and used to be escorts, and I see the incredible damage it has done to them as people, and they know this. And I've had to like watch people I care about, in some cases really care about, completely destroy themselves in those industries. So I'm very anti it because I'm like, look what this did to my friends. And like, I think it's notable as well that when I'm talking about my friends who were like strippers and escorts, I don't use the word whore, right? Like, because again, I've got like a very sympathetic bent to like what happened to these fucking people. So, you know, and I think you can approach things not just from sort of like this logical consistency point, but just from like, actually, honestly, not everything needs to be an academic essay. You get to the point with some things that you're just like, this is something that I see the impacts from on a very real, like day-to-day lived experience, quote unquote level. And it's like, well, that's going to like inform my impressions of it in a way that you can't really logically debate me out of. You can't sit down with me and be like, well, here's all the data points and statistics for like the impacts of sex work. Because I'm going to be like, okay, cool. Here's everyone I know and the impacts it's done to them. They're not data points to me. These people aren't numbers to me. They're not a statistic. They're people I know and they're the impacts I see. And I think that like, I think a lot of like politics is better when we're just recognizing the fact that people aren't numbers. That's why banking sucks. Banking sucks because it reduces people to numbers. Sometimes it's just better to admit that people should be people and their value is more than a data point. Okay, back to whatever the fuck this is. This was a fucking weird tangent to take, but there we go.
So the reason why like the Down syndrome is again different is again there's like I think unique risks of harm there to a person. That, you know, that's something that we morally value. We also can't.
But their brain is fucking mush. They're not going to know either way. They've got the same brain as a dog, basically.
Unlike Smugbug, we haven't had this conversation yet, but I'm not necessarily basing this off of intelligence. I'm talking about like, are they a human being? Are they a person? And if they are, right, then like not only do I value them more, I'm not going to slaughter them. I'm not going to eat them. And
Teddy, I view people as letters, Beckett. Thanks, buddy.
Engaging sexual activity with them like comes with unique risks to that person.
Yeah, he already bit the bullet.
That simply is not the case when it comes to like a dog. He already bit the worst bullet or fucking a dog. And here's the other thing, right? So
Spencer Howard, I emotionally sympathize 100%, but my prescriptions are more utilitarian. Emotional/moral ground standing is important, but prescriptions should be based on achieving outcomes, mostly in my opinion. I think that's fine. One of the things that's really fascinating about the debate space as well is I don't know why this is. I have theories, I think largely because of I think largely because of Destiny and people like that utilitarianism is like a really dominant force here. And I've said a few times in this stream, because we're talking about this shit, that I'm Kantian. Like, I don't really accept a utilitarian framework. So quite a lot of times, people have come to me with utilitarian arguments, and I dismiss them instantly because I actually am like consciously aware, and like I actually do look at things not like intentionally, but I'm just very used to doing it this way through a Kantian perspective. So I'm like very much going to go, okay, cool. I don't really care about the greatest good for the greatest number. It's really not important to me. like the kind of like extreme example, and every philosophical framework has one of these for Kantianism, is if it's the morally correct thing to do to destroy the world and kill everybody, is that what you do? And it's like, yes, you do. That's the morally correct thing to do. So that's the action you take, which is obviously like a really extreme thing. It's kind of like the trolley problem. It's like, well, the hypothetical is really easy to say, but how do you act in real life? But nonetheless, generally speaking, when it comes to utilitarianism, it's just not something that's ever going to stick in my brain. So I hear so many people make these utilitarian arguments. I'm just like, meh, whatever. People default to utilitarianism because they don't want to accept that all they have is that we all have a subjective basis for our morals. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have this problem. I'm religious. I believe in God. So it's real fucking easy for me. So it's really not a problem. Pull the lever, I don't care.
If someone's Down syndrome in your house, you put peanut butter on your dick and you let the Down syndrome person lick it off, and that'll be okay with you, yeah?
As long as it's not harmful. Are you okay with that, Lactose?
I mean, if it's harmful, I'd be okay with it. I don't care. If we can
you notice how I'm not drinking energy drinks? Listen, guys, I'm so proud of myself. I've been like drinking like 2 monsters at least a day for like 3 years. I was properly fucking addicted. So the only thing keeping me going was energy drinks. And I've completely quit them. I'm so proud of myself. So proud of myself.
That makes sense from these two, but Lactoid is the only one who's actually consistent here. So what's the deal?
But I'm consistent. What do you?
You're consistently wrong.
He's trying to, like, for those of you who don't know what's going on, and I don't blame you. Okay, he's trying to wrap his head around the latest question that's been posed to him, and by him I mean Lactoid. Lactoid is the gears are turning. Can you repeat your question for the audience?
Wait. Let me ask one clarifying question. Like, for this hypothetical, can you guarantee for me, like, the risk of harm associated with him doing this, would be equivalent to, like, I don't know.
I've lost weight. My complexion's better. I'm pretty pleased. My complexion looks terrible in this lighting, but my complexion's better. I'm like, my skin's better. It's great. I also believe in God. The God of letters and numbers are Jesus's people are letters and animals are numbers. Thank you for the 5, Teddy. Are you quitting cigarettes next? No, I like smoking. I've quit cigarettes before. I quit for like 8 months. But I enjoy smoking, so I probably won't quit. I will probably cut down, though. I am trying to be, like, a little healthier. Gonna be honest, Becca, I fucked this one up. Not to derail, albeit, listen, Spencer, you're fine. Listen, this is a very chill stream. I like having Spencer in. Like, unironically, Spencer's always great. Not to derail or be an annoying pedant, but how do you navigate what morals you infer from scripture and what you take as literal? Oof. Generally, I'm Catholic, so that's, again, not really a problem. But when talking about morals, again, like, things that are universalizable are fine, but what's a good way to put this? Within Kantianism, because that's an argument, like a question that's asked to Kant. Kant's argument for kind of like moral goodness is that everyone intrinsically knows that murder, lying, deceiving, adultery, all these things are bad intrinsically. Like we have this knowledge. And Kant says that this is from the goodwill, which is God. We're all born with it. We all actually know it, despite, and like anybody who says that they don't is lying, because that knowledge isn't something that's just human. It's something divine that's like kind of given to us. So I don't really have to think about it. And I know that sounds like a cop out, but it's like, it's one of those things where like, I know the correct moral action because the correct moral action is something that's just part of the goodwill. If we're shitting on Wick, can we watch his blood libel freak out? We can. We did earlier. I might play it again, though. If somebody can find me what fucking stream it's in, we'll watch some of the stream. So, yeah, like, again, because it just makes it easy. This is why also, like, post-religious Kantianism kind of doesn't make any fucking sense. like post-religious Kantianism is the most fucking bizarre philosophy because Kantianism is a philosophy of God of the gaps. Like, it's one of the major fucking flaws with it. It's an insane flaw, by the way, to be absolutely clear. But if you remove God from Kantianism, like, I've never found a good kind of like explanation of how that works. And Kant's so fucking impossible to read anyway, especially even translated into English. It's painful. Kant is painful to read.
Like playing frisbee with the Down syndrome man. Because if yes, then I think I have to say yes.
I mean,
you don't have to.
Okay, I would say that we perhaps lack an understanding of like the brain to really know like what impact that would have on someone with like Down syndrome.
Well, can you?
I don't know for sure. But...
Can you play frisbee with a guy with Down syndrome? I'm thinking,
sure,
okay,
but I think the problem is if I was to look at a human being that can sort of consent and stuff like that, I don't think that there's much risk of playing frisbee with any human being. But you know, going against their consent and getting to lick fucking peanut butter off your dick is going to cause some problems. So if someone had like Down syndrome or some sort of issue, I think I'd probably be pretty comfortable.
Is that it? Are we at the point where everyone's just going to ignore the fucking? Does the zoo file say anything else? When does he leave? Okay, he says some stuff here. Wait, so you're Cantonese? I thought you were Welsh. I don't know whether to be more offended that you thought I was Welsh. Thanks for the 5.
Wait, but
No!
Okay, interesting. Let's go for forbidden hypotheticals.
If it's like, even if during the act it's like it seems okay, but then after it seems extremely depressed or distraught, it's unable to eat or something like that. If you look sick, then yeah, I would say those are all examples of reasons you shouldn't tweet
about it with a Me Too hashtag.
If it looked distraught after having sex with it just one time, would you say it was appropriate to have sex with it again at a later time?
No.
No. Would it be rape?
Well, it would be abuse, yeah.
But would it be rape?
Yeah.
Wait, so all dogs are fuckable until proven otherwise?
I kind of like
no,
that.
not exactly. I mean, you can.
Well, that's your point, right? Because you're allowing yourself to potentially harm it with the unknown, and then you.
Can you imagine like a video like this floating around of you on the internet? Where you're seriously sat there defending bestiality and like debating its intricate logic. I fucking... Okay, go on.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, there are other considerations prior, right? So, for example, like I said, the whole size difference, the potential for harm. You know, I mean, you wouldn't just stick it into your dog, right?
Well, the potential for harm, you've just admitted, is the potential psychological distress that the dog could end up with afterwards. The fact that you've accidentally... Yeah, Aaron's got you. You bit that bullet and you're fucked now.
Well, how am I fucked?
Like your dog. Because you're saying
the rule
that
is
you
the
do
dog
care...
has to top. That's the only rule.
Kind of.
No, because it's a retarded position to place yourself in, even for clout. Yeah, I will admit, there are debates and things that I've been part of online. Nothing like this. But I do, like, occasionally just think, fuck, if an employer saw that, like, if my employer knows what I do online, because I have to, like, I know that at some point, like, somebody will see something and I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty transparent about this, even if I'm not telling anyone at my workplace what my channel is. You know, I'm not like, oh, guys. Like, I can live with this. This is fine. But, like, there are panels where I'm just like, dude, that'd be fucking embarrassing. And this is why I have the no, like, ever talking about, like, debating anything like climate change rule. Because, like, one of those goes badly, that could have career implications for someone like me because of the sector I'm in. So I just don't do it. Like, but like something like a dog fucker panel, yeah, that feels like something that has career implications if an employer finds it, you know? Like, it's not like finding out, like, someone finding your fucking, like, porn account or whatever, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, like
Is that your rule for it, Lactoid? The
That's
dog has
Lactoid's
to
rule, yeah,
talk?
but he's a
Okay.
woman, so
I
we
mean,
don't
in
all- we don't
reality,
all
my
have
rule is
privilege.
like whose property is it? It could be trespassing. That's like the only restriction I can think of.
You are trespassing in my dog's
and then,
vagina.
yeah, you can't trespass.
No,
in
no, no. Okay, but
community.
continue, Smugbug. Continue with your.
But like you
Sorry.
could just say like the dog gets the top, right? Because like dogs have been in heat and they back up into you, like.
Sure, but anyway, let me. Yeah, you fell into it. Sure.
Well, the dog ran into you.
Okay. But yeah, the point here, dog, is that you because you've said that you care about the psychological distress of the animal, and you've agreed that there is a
Lactoid is
potential for
currently a
psychological
practicing
distress.
lawyer.
The dog is this is Schrodinger's willing dog, right? Like you've got a dog that until fucked.
Didn't Wick have a panel where he had an actual child predator and his victim on it? Wick was on that panel. It wasn't his panel, to be clear. And yeah, that was like fucking. I got so fucking angry about that panel. Like, so I'd been streaming for like a couple of months, maybe, and then this panel happened. And I lost my shit over it, unironically. Like, it is, like, embarrassingly bad. Everyone's got streams like that when they've been doing this long enough, but they're like, that was fucking awful. But I was appalled by it. Yeah, like on this panel, they're like, the pedophile brought on their victim. And, and the actual host disappear after, like, yeah, everyone went, I ended up with the guy who hosted the panel ended up on, like, he got on stream with me. I told him to delete his channel. He deleted his channel. It's like I'm a very different content creator now. I'm probably a different person, actually. Like, I don't know. I think being away from the internet for a while, it made me a lot more soy. But like, I think he's the only person I've ever said to delete his channel. I'm not sure I'd do that now. But, like, I don't regret saying it at the time, if that makes sense. I'm like, it was so fucking irresponsible to have a situation where you brought on a pedophile and their victim to debate pedophilia. It was so insane that I'm just like, I can't imagine describing that to somebody. I'm like, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be making content. Fuck off. Rightfully so. It's very sorry. It was a proper meltdown. Like that's probably the closest I've ever had to an actual fucking crash out on the internet. Question: didn't the dog fucker start this debate by saying he wasn't a dog fucker? He didn't admit to being a dog fucker, Bruce. It was most likely Sappho as well. People have done voice analysis, but I'm like, I've heard Sappho speak enough times that I'm like, that sounds like Sappho to me. It sounds like Sappho to me. Hold on, I'll have a quick look and see if I've still got D&D's like interview with them.
The state doesn't collapse into it being harm or not, but the fact that there is a potentiality of harm means you're saying me getting my dick wet in a hot Great Dane is more important to me than the potential 10, 20, 30% chance there is that this dog will be psychologically ruined after the fact.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's a case by case. So in some cases that psychological harm is probably not there.
Okay, so
like in the
percentage?
case of...
Okay, so what percentage of potential?
Do you know, I don't think I have it anymore. Fuck, I shouldn't have deleted it. Did I really delete it? That was dumb.
Rape would it need to be for you to rape a woman in order to
kick him with the 20 Swedish crowns? Good morning, what are we talking about? Currently watching a very old panel about dog fucking because Wick came up as a topic. It's a whole thing. Welcome, man. Teddy with the 5. Hey man, my name in your Discord is Dogfucker, so why didn't they invite me? Fuck.
To get your rocks off. Like you need to be able to explain what level that you're willing to commit to fuck something without being sure that there's like consent in place there or that you won't do material harm after the fact.
Smug, there are ways to ensure with humans that it's not rape. There are ways to say it's definitely not, right?
Well, he's been talking about how he can read a dog's like behavior
we don't have those tools that we have between humans who speak the same language, or at the very least have an ability to communicate via like to try to negotiate these things using your body language or verbally.
Yeah, but okay, but
with
here's
dogs
the
and
thing.
animals that we can't
And they can't
communicate with
retract
them.
consent during the act. So there's lots of issues there, right?
Yeah.
Wait, why can't they?
I can't believe they're debating the consent of dog fucking. Holy shit. Hey, Evelina, how you doing? The only person who... No, Alexa didn't have this either. Like, this wasn't the debate itself. This was literally, because D&D sent me his conversation with the pedophile before the panel. And I found it recently. I can't believe I deleted it. Maybe I did? I don't think I did. I feel like I saved it. Rotting brain with the 5. This debate makes me lose brain cells. I fucking feel you. Good evening, though. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Okay. I'm literally going to sit here and try and work out whether I still fucking have it. Because if I do, that would be some really, like, potentially interesting content. Because I haven't listened to this thing in fucking ages. I think I had to clean out my download folder because I had, like, no fucking space at all.
Yeah.
This is why. We
can't communicate with them to know.
But they can try to like get away, right?
Oh no, dog! You've stepped in it.
If they're on top, yeah.
How did I step in it? I don't understand.
You have because you basically admitted that there is a material chance of harm as a result of having sex with a dog, and that if there is a material once you've established that there is a harm, you yourself would be unwilling to continue fucking the dog, which means that you do care about harm to the animal, and so you now need to explain what the pro-con analysis of that is.
Shit, I think this is it. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute something. So I need to work out whether this is the thing. I've got it. I've got the interview D&D had with the fucking pedophile from the panel. I can't believe I've still got this. This is fucking wild. This is actually... Okay. Do you want some completely unique content? Never been heard before from fucking old Twitch poll? Because I am the only person who has this. Unironically. So... Let me set this up. Fuck me. There was a pedophile panel in Twitch poll. And I fucking saved it. I didn't get rid of it, guys. Okay, I will... How fucking insane is that? This is from like 2 years ago. Longer. This might be 3 years ago that this all fucking happened. So, fuck. I've got about half a bottle of Coke left. Like, it's so... listen, it's really hot here. There's no visuals for this. There's no visuals for this. So, fuck. I'll get rid of this. And we'll go... Oh, it's already popped up. Lovely. Let's extend chat a bit. Okay. Take on my autism. Holy fuck, I forgot how handsome Beckett was. I just now noticed the cam. You're welcome. Okay, so. Dino time. Is that what we want? Do you want dinosaurs? That probably makes sense, actually. Give me a sec. Let me get dinos up. Dude, dinosaurs.
Sex?
Okay. We'll go YouTube. Just put the dinosaurs there. Okay. So, there was in I want to say the end of 2022, a pedophile panel. And the pedophile panel was essentially like, it was hosted by someone called D&D. And he brought on a pedophile, and the person they'd groomed, because he offered the chance for them to bring on somebody who could support them. And this panel included Wick, it included Tomfoolery, it included some other fucking people. I've had birds I care for mate with me. I didn't consent. Can you discuss the moral and ethical implications of my work in breeding and conservation? No. Thank you for the 5. So this panel took place years ago, but after I had a fucking crash out, and listen, I'll own the crash out, by the way. I'll own the crash out. It was pointed out I have seen worse, and that's depressingly fucking true, but I'll own the fucking crash out. After the crash out, I ended up with D&D on my stream, and basically berated him for like an hour. Very sorry, told him to delete his channel. But he said that he had a conversation with the fucking pedophile, and I basically said, okay, cool, send it to me and I'll do something with it. And I never did because, well, frankly, I was crashing out really fucking hard. And I didn't make videos back then or anything like that, and I kind of wanted just to never talk about this whole thing again. So here we are years later, where this is the conversation he had interviewing this person. I honestly, I've only ever listened to snippets of this, and I have not listened to this in years. I have no idea what this is going to be like. Beckett, did you cover West Side Tyler's recent response? No, I spoke about it a bit at the beginning, but having heard about it, I'm not really interested. I've said everything I want to about the Destiny Pixie stuff. I don't really fucking care. Listen, I don't know. There's like 2 minutes about me at the end, and he calls it Beckett's War, and that's kind of based. It's basically my take. So, okay. So, this is that fucking interview. Let's have a listen.
Hello, everyone. Today we're interviewing Sanguine Sappho, one of Hypnotist Sappho's friends, and I believe
one of Hypnotist Sappho's friends. Interesting.
Associates. I don't know what else you would consider yourself, but yeah, with that all being said, I'll do a better intro whenever I throw this in an editor. I don't care about this. It's just placeholder, whatever. With that all being said, let's dive into the interview. So, what is your preferred name, pronouns, and age?
Hi, yeah, I am, my name is Monica. I am she/her, female pronouns, and I am 23 years old.
Alrighty, so what is your relationship with Sappho classified as?
Close friends, I would say.
Yeah, you're just close friends with, you know, the famous zoophile pedophile. Just, we're just buddies. Fuck off, that is Sappho. That's what I said. Like, Zonia did voice analysis and was like, it's not quite a match. And I'm like, this is fucking Sappho. This is fucking Sappho. You put Sappho on a fucking Twitch poll panel.
You know, I wouldn't say it's much more than that. It could be more than that, but that's not for me to say.
Okay, so you have a friendship with Hypnotist Sappho. Did you know her in real life, or were you drawn to her by the controversy that happened about a year ago at this point?
Sappho's the female character. Sappho's worse. Listen, Kira the Wolf, that shit is very fucked. I've seen, be careful what I say. I've seen obviously bits of the Zoophile leaks. But Sappho's unironically worse. Maybe not as bad as didn't I say it was a pretty close match? Yeah, you did say it was pretty close, Sonia. I don't think you said I think like you were being used to argue that it wasn't Sappho. Well, like I was very vehement that I was like, this is fucking Sappho. But it was like, yeah, it was, I don't know. I think that a lot of it can be like put down to, what's a good way to put this? Like the way Sappho's voice trained, and it can come down to mic things and like difference in cadence and timing as well, because this was significantly after some of the stuff. I'm pretty sure I was of the opinion it was them. Oh, really? I'd have to check. Chat earlier was like Zonya disagreed with you. But maybe. I don't know. Again, like this whole fucking thing was such a mess. I can't believe I still have this interview. That's fucking insane.
I've known her since before the controversy, even before she went by the name Sappho. So I've known her for quite a long time, compared to most people.
All right, so when you first met Sappho, was she open about the beliefs that later made her controversial or infamous?
Vaguely. She wasn't... She would hint about it. She wouldn't, like, openly state it or anything. But, you know, in private, she'd talk about it. Or she'd make, like, you know, cheeky hints towards it.
Alrighty.
She'd make cheeky hints towards it. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, no, occasionally she'd just make, you know, a cheeky hint. Cheeky hint that she's into, you know, bestiality and pedophilia. It's just now and again. Oh, this is so insane. This is like, I think this is like, it's what comes back to like the cleansing of people's like public perceptions, right? Because Sappho is definitely somebody who for a long time, and they're probably still kicking around somewhere, was trying to cleanse their public image with all their videos like coming out talking about their fucking being a map and shit. It's just slightly different pitched, but it's just Sappho. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you like again, thoughts on Zerkalo. I can't remember the Zerkalo stuff. Does the interviewer think we're genuinely retarded? That's fucking Sappho. Well, this was part of my argument towards D&D and why he should delete his channel, to be honest. I was like, dude, if you don't understand what you've done, or why what you've done is, like, objectively bad, you shouldn't be doing it. Now, again, I'd probably be of a different opinion now. I'd probably be like, have at it, make fucking terrible, insane content. I don't know. I'm not here to police you. But back then, I was, you know, a very different content creator. I still sort of defend this as one of the most... It's such an incredibly fucked up thing to have happened, and I don't think it would have been as fucked up if, like, their victim who was 16, you've got a 16-year-old on a fucking politics panel debating pedophilia next to the person who's groomed them. Like, literally the person who's groomed them, defending their abuser. And I'm like, that's so uniquely fucked up. And I don't know, part of me is like, I don't know. Am I looking at it now and I'm like, was I right? Was I just correct? This is still uniquely really fucked up. I think I might be correct.
Okay.
Hey, Toaster Pie, how you doing, bro?
Let's start diving into the meat and potatoes of this conversation. What exactly are your beliefs in relation to zoophilia?
Well, I believe that it is perfectly acceptable in theory and within the realistic practical limits. So, basically, there are wrong ways to do it and harmful ways to do it.
Why people making vids on you? Is that to me? Because I'm based. listen, I'm a fucking topic of conversation, okay? You make a video on me, you put me in a thumbnail, you're gonna get some fucking clicks. I don't know, because he wanted the video to fail. Who fucking knows? Who gives a shit about me? Imagine making a hit piece on me. It's so retarded. I know what people want. I know what people want. They want to see the Beckett takedown piece. Said no one ever. No one cares about me, bro. And that's the irony of all the fucking Tyler stuff. No one gives a shit about me. No one cares. I am completely fucking irrelevant. Why? Amazing.
But I believe that there are right ways to do it and ways that you can do it and it not be harmful or abusive or anything like that.
All right. So, do you have any like major differences with either the moral or biological aspects that could be associated with zoophilia that differ from Sappho?
Well, as much
it's Sappho.
As long as I've known her, we haven't actually had that long of a talk about her beliefs, and I'm not exactly following her every belief that she has on it, so I can't speak to her.
Isn't this a really interesting roundabout way of of not having to say, no, you know, they're into the same shit because they're the same person? Come on, bro.
Opinions and how they differ from mine.
Are there any major opinions that are like, well, very well publicly known that you disagree with? I know some of the people I've interviewed who were like friendly with Sappho back when she was like infamous for those Twitter spaces and stuff have said they like differ from her currently on like contact and stuff. Where do you lie on all those kinds of spectrums?
Well, I am pro contact, so I believe that it is okay to, you know, have physical contact with animals as long as it isn't physically or mentally harming the animal.
This is just Sappho. You're sat in a call with somebody, like having a serious interview with somebody who you're gonna put on a panel, who's just sat there being like, yeah, if it's not harmful to the animal, I think fucking them is fine. God, do you know what? I thought this was going to be one of those really chilled streams where I just laugh at Wick. This is actually very cathartic for me. I'm listening to this now and I'm like, I got gaslit. I got fucking gaslit. This was so insane. This whole thing was so insane. And again, I crashed out over it. I'm not denying that. I will continue to own the crash out. But like, I think I was right to crash out about how fucking retarded this was. It's fucking gross.
And, you know, as long as it's consensual to the point that you can get consensual with an animal. And, you know, that's a whole other topic about, you know, can animals consent and such. But, you know, I believe that they can.
What are your principles for understanding consent?
Well, consent is the agreement of, or mutual agreement.
What do you mean about consent? If they like fucking pour it in the ground twice, you're like, hey. Do you know, it's really interesting. There's a documentary on bestiality, and they've got a load of sex experts on it who are saying all this crazy fucking shit, except for one guy. It's got John Money on it. For any of you who know anything about John Money, I'm not gonna explain John Money, but for those of you who know John Money, it's got John Money on it. It's that kind of take. But there's one particular guy on it who says the thing with zoophiles is they're a lot like pedophiles. They delude themselves into believing that animals can consent in the same way pedophiles delude themselves into believing that children can consent. And And it's really, it's just like one refreshing voice of sanity where you're just like, yeah, these people are fucking delusional because they want to fuck animals. And like during this documentary, one woman's telling this traumatic story about how her husband found her fucking the dog, and her husband killed the dog. And like, she's like, he's a bastard. He murdered the dog. And like, I remember watching this. I watched it on stream. Actually, there is a VOD on the second channel, which is now unlisted. I unlisted all my old fucking streams because they're like, not because I'm embarrassed, just because they're very low quality and I'm like, it's not really reflective anymore. But Indigo actually edited this for me. It's like a 2-part thing. And I was just like, I mean, fuck, this woman's fucking her dog and the husband's like, I'm just, buddy, I'm just putting you out your misery. And I'm like, I get it. There's very few cases where I'm like, I get it. I'm just like, I get it. Why would he kill the dog? I imagine look, I imagine it was to hurt his wife who was fucking it, but also, I mean, I like to hope that it's like, dude, it's just put you out your misery, because she was going to keep that dog. She was going to try and keep that dog. Like, ugh. I'll blame you forever for this. I wish it was a sexy. Oh my god, yeah. Like, these women are talking in the kitchen, and they're talking about their husbands and how their husbands are attracted to like fucking horses. And the women are like, oh, I wish I was attractive as a mare. That would be so great. I'm like, wow, you're fucking jealous of a horse. The horse that your husband fancies. Fucked up, man. And these the women are dog fuckers as well. Like the first time, like one of the women describes her first time fucking a dog, and it's like, it's fucked up, man. It's some fuck shit. I don't know what to tell you. It's real messed up. Repeat my previous message. Hold on, give me a sec. Before anyone even knew of Sappho Vera's existence, I informed Harley TBS, fellow ginger Brit YouTuber, about her. Crazy how much her presence blew up. Yeah, Sappho, I think Sappho just was one of these people who was like, picked up and then everyone became like hyper aware of. They really blew up, and which is what they wanted to do, because they wanted to like try and have the normalization conversation. Though actually, do you know, I think a lot of it's fetishy. I think that a lot of these people want like the recognition of being pedophiles and shit, because like they get off on it, which is right. That's just layers upon layers of fucked up. Where were we at? There was a girl who fucked a plow. What?
Agreement of an action. So, if you can reach a mutual agreement with your animal, and agreement is something that you can be clearly defined both physically and verbally, and not just verbally, but also physically. So, you can have, a physical agreement where, you nod. That's a physical agreement. Animals can nod as well. And, general positive yes type physical characteristics work as
I'm sorry, what was that? It's called yes type characteristics. But I heard the reason Sappho came out as a zoo was to get ahead of allegations that were fixing to come out, so I don't know if she wanted that attention. Sappho's moved through a lot of different fucking communities. I imagine they're just under a different name with a different voice changer. But yeah, like, people like this always get fucking outed. Every single fucking time. That's the thing Beckett's talking about, Karsaf. I genuinely think she's a martyr for animal welfare, and it's sickening. I mean, yeah.
A physical agreement where, you nod. That's a physical agreement. Animals can nod as well. And, general positive yes type physical characteristics work as consent.
can a standard that we would apply to humans with our understanding of like language or body language be applied to animals then, in your opinion?
I was so right to tell him to delete his channel. I was just so right. I was so right. I'm not even sorry. I'm not even sorry.
Yeah, I think that body language is very universal in a lot of ways. I mean, there are obviously some certain aspects that are lost between translation.
Do you know the best scholar for the Book of Amos? Not off the top of my head. I'll have a look though.
But
somebody with a 5. All of these dog shaggers have the same raspy yet whispery voices, and it's very grating on the ears. Just Sappho. No, I mean, like, I don't get the voice changer thing.
You know, generally, like, quick movements are more violent, or, you know, softer, gentler movements are friendly type of thing.
All right. So, do you happen to have any? Like
Thoughts on Brian Mullins? Fuck, I've got like 3 to 4 streams on Brian. I think Brian's a retard. But I also, okay, so I agree with Vlad here. I don't think Brian's like a pedophile, but like I wouldn't leave Brian alone with a child, right? Because like I don't know what Brian would do with a kid. Like I like literally anything could happen. I would not leave Brian alone with a child. Or anything that could, like, Brian's the sort of person who'd like you know, would try and pull limbs off a cat or some shit. He's a fucking freak.
Moral basis as well for like your acceptance or support of zoophilia. Is there any like moral arguments that you rely on when discussing or talking about your beliefs?
Well, I think that, you know, people like
you think he's you think he's opportunistic over calculated. I don't think Brian has the intelligence to be calculated, but yeah, I think he's I don't think Brian has any fucking impulse control. I genuinely think Brian is like dangerously retarded and should probably be in like some sort of guardianship, right? I mean, he legitimately thinks child prostitutes are more predatory than pedophiles. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Okay, so here's the point. I don't think Brian genuinely thinks that, because I don't think Brian genuinely thinks. I think Brian is just, you know, mentally retarded. Like, in the literal sense, I think he's just a retard. So, like, in the same way, like, Brian's like, you know, in Mice and Men with Lenny, and it's like, he squeezes the rabbits too hard. It's not because he wants to harm the rabbits. It's just because he's, like, a retard. Like, that's Brian. Brian's not a pedophile, in my opinion, from what I've seen. It's just that, you know, he'd squeeze the rabbits and maybe keep the rabbits away from Brian Mullins, right? Is reverse pedo still a thing? I said this the other night when going over Brian. Basically, reverse pedophilia, like, or reverse, like, or jailbait. It's jailbait, really, and that's what we're talking about. There are very, like, you can see that with, like, the people who, like, tried to fuck with Yandere Dev, and they were legitimately, like, trying to jailbait and, like, extort them, right? Like, but that's very specific, and it's very rare, and it's so rare that it's, like, it's really not worth focusing on. It's like, you have to be, like, particularly fucked up. It's also not on the same level as being a pedophile. It's still bad. It's just not it's nowhere near as bad as being a pedophile.
Oh, you kill animals and all.
Oh, the Daniels are back. I definitely missed something. We're listening to an ancient fucking interview with the person who got brought onto the pedo panel. Who's a pedophile who got brought onto the pedo panel back in old Twitch poll days. And this says no one has heard this before. I am the only person with this, so this is completely unique content. Ancient fucking lore that I'd forgotten I had, which is, oh, dude, I'm so happy I have this. Thing is, Yandere Dev is an actual pedophile. He groomed that 16-year-old minor. Yeah, sure, but also like and again, fuck Yandere Dev, to be clear. But also there's the, like, Diesel has a really good video on it. It's quite clear that there was the girl involved in that was like training other minors on how to go after people and jailbait them for money. Do I care that, like, pedophiles are getting jailbaited? No. Fuck pedophiles. But at the same time, if you're dragging other minors, or putting minors in positions like that, it's like, yeah, that's pretty fucked, right? It's, it shouldn't be hard to work out what somebody's age is and then be like, hey, that's not something I want to engage in, right?
That. And that's wrong. But, like, if it's wrong for zoophilia, if zoophilia is wrong, then killing animals is obviously wrong as well, because, you know, these are two things that are not on the same level in my mind. I think that you know...
Oh, Zonia has corrected chat, by the way. She went and checked the VOD. Zonia at the time thought this was Sappho. I'd misremembered this as well. But yeah, this is so fucking blatantly Sappho.
No, physical romance and killing, literal death, are two different levels, and death, of course, being the worst thing. So I believe that we do much worse things to animals.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Let's just clear up this Yandere Dev thing before someone thinks I have a completely insane take. He still knowingly tried to get with a 16-year-old. The fact that the 16-year-old was leading him on doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. It's the honeypot server part that the 16-year-old did that's the problem, dragging other minors into it. That's the issue there. Not fucking what they did to Yandere Dev, because I don't care, right? Just to be clear, is anybody, like, not clear on where I stand on this? Because this is quite an important, like, take to be clear on, right? Just, we good? We good? Pedophile's bad. Pedophile's far, far worse than anything else. But also, like, we can go, like, putting minors in that position is fucked up, right? Yeah? Yeah? We good? Yeah, that's what I meant, Becca. I'm agreeing with you. Okay, cool. Listen, this is one of those real important ones that we're clear on. Just, they can get lost in translation during a stream. So, yeah, fuck. It's why, like, stuff like that is such a fucking pain in the ass to talk about, because people have the whole kind of, like, I don't like pancakes, why don't you like waffles kind of thing, you know?
And that, which, you know, not all zoophilia is necessarily good by basis, but there is good zoophilia.
All right, so I know. Let's go to the most common most common animal zoophiles talk about, which is a dog, right? Biologically, there is a heavy risk to both male and female dogs' genitalia, as well as potential damage to their ribs from any.
I fucking hate when people do this. Listen, what you've really got to consider about bestiality is, you know, the physical harm that it can do to an... No, okay, no, you guys are fucking crazy. You're insane. Stop doing this. Like, do you really think a zoophile is going to be persuaded with, yeah, but what if you harm the dog? Have you like, not even seen, because most people have not, thankfully, seen what's in the zoophile leaks. Have you ever heard a reading of what's in, like Medica went over the zoophile leaks? These are people who will fuck roadkill. Do you really think they're going to be persuaded? Like, this whole thing of, oh, I care about animals. Actually, like I love animals. That's why I'm... All that shit. It's fucking bollocks. You are being taken for a ride. So all these fucking arguments of, what about harm to the animal? Don't you care? No, they don't care about that. They want to fuck animals, you absolute retards. You absolute fucking retards. And you're like, it's the enabling of it. Because you lead people down these logical paths and then they try and persuade you. You have your little debate. Do you know what they're going to do at the end of it? They're still going to want to fuck animals because they're degenerate freaks. How is this hard? How is this difficult? in the same, like, and it's a mirroring problem. They think, oh, well, zoophiles have just logicked themselves into believing that animals are fuckable. No, they haven't. There's no logical thing here. They're just degenerate freaks. It's real simple, actually. And I know I'm making it sound simple, and therefore some people are like, well, I think it's more complicated than that. But no, it's not. It's actually not. it's actually really not. And like, if you look at studies that have been done on zoophiles, or you look at documentaries on them, or you listen to sex experts about this stuff, it's actually really not. There's no logic to it. It's just their brains are fucked up. They are fucked up people. You can't logic somebody away from that position. They're just fucking monsters. It's okay. That's fine. I'm probably going to give a hot take. Zoophiles and zoosadists are the same thing and both fucking disgusting. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a completely normal take. I don't think that's... And again, some people are going to go, I think it needs to be very... It's like, I was talking to somebody recently about this, and because they talk about degeneracy stuff. And they were like, somebody like was trying to like actually me about like fetishes and paraphilias. And they were like, it's so close though, who fucking, like, why are you focused on the exact like terms of like paraphilia or fetish for when we're talking about something really fucked up? Is that not like irrelevant? I like doing this to people. You'll notice, by the way, that in any video I could use the word regardless. I never say regardless, I say irregardless. Because irregardless is actually a completely acceptable term. It is. You can Google it. You can fucking Google it. Irregardless is a perfectly acceptable term. But people get really fucking angry when I say it. So I put it in my videos to annoy people. I've just done it in the fucking Boblax one and got a comment going, irregardless isn't a word. Google it. Irregardless is a word. It means exactly the same thing as regardless. It's just far more formal. No one uses it. I just put it there to annoy... I just put it there to annoy pedants. It's completely intentional. Because they're all about shifting the goalpost. Yeah, and a lot of it is this thing of they want, like, people want to feel a bit more right about something, rather than just agreeing, right? It's funnier listening to Zuier Than Thou and similar scum trying to draw some moral high ground on them only boning animals. Zuier Than Thou is something that I've never gone over. I don't think I could on YouTube. Maybe it's something for Kick at some point, but Zuier Than Thou is very fucked up. Toad McKinley has a really good series on Zuier Than Thou. Irregardless, you're gay. So true. Hey, Killjoy, how you doing, bro?
Type of penetrative sex. Would you say that that is a risk that is okay, given that people can also experience injuries in a similar vein, or do you think that there is a
Opblock, welcome in. I'll completely ignore that Opblock decided not to end his stream the minute I went live. Not cool, bro. Not cool. Meant to just support me. No, I'm kidding. I hope you had a really good stream, bro. I've got some content for you down the road. Opblock. We're going over like ancient Twitch poll lore, but I've got a dog fucker panel for you to watch. I think you'll really enjoy it. It should be solid content for you. But yeah, welcome in. I hope you had a great stream.
Significant difference there.
I think it's the same as, people are getting injuries in a similar fashion. You just have to make sure that you're more compatible physically. And, this goes for people as well. If your partner is a lot smaller than you, then, you could really hurt them. Or if your partner's...
What's that, Sappho? If your partner's a lot smaller than you, if they're, say, a child, you fucking pedophile. Oh, this is so insane. This is so... Actually, do you know, it's the equivalent of, like, recently, like, people have interviewed Jar without knowing any of Jar's lore, so they're, like, completely unprepared for a conversation. And this is, like... This is a person having a conversation with fucking hypnotist Sappho without even knowing it's Sappho. They don't even know it's Sappho. They think it's a friend of Sappho. That's so insane. I can't believe this fucking happened.
Bigger than you could get hurt by them.
Oh, Sappho is back. No, this is from years ago. So for those of you just joining us, years ago in Twitch politics, there was a pedophile panel. I got very angry about this. I had a crash out about it. I told the guy who hosted the panel to delete his channel. I'm giving you the TLDR because we need to be quick. It was a whole thing. But he also handed me the interview he did with the pedophile who he brought onto that panel, along with the person they'd been grooming for 2 years, which is why I crashed out. And this has never been played before. I'm the only person with this, and I'd completely forgotten I'd had it until I found it a month or two ago, and I just remembered during this stream. So this is an interview from 2022 with hypnotist Sappho, and the guy interviewing her doesn't realize it's Sappho, which is very fucking surreal. Becca, I was told to ask you about Psychopaths. It's the worst anime ever made. I fucking hate Psychopaths. But we're not getting too distracted. Ask me about it after this.
And, the same goes for interspecies.
Okay, so then, would you say that there is nothing immoral about zoophilia? You believe it is...
I'm also being told to defend Zonya's honor. Zonya also said D&D didn't do his research for this, and the fact that he didn't realize it was Sappho is completely fucking insane. So I was so gaslit about this. Years later, I feel this is again so cathartic to go over, and I'm like, I was so right to be this soy. Of all the things I have been soy over, this I'll defend.
Fully morally justifiable to you?
Are any of these people still around? Some of the people on the panel were, like Wick and Tomfoolery are still around. They were on the panel. I can't remember who else was. So is Sappho a dog banger or just a pedo? Both. Both. But Sappho's probably still around in another community. Then they're not the sort to fuck off. I'm sure they will pop up again, and people will be like, "Ooh, Sappho." D&D isn't, to be fair. To be fair to D&D, as much as I was very fucking annoyed, D&D was like, yeah, I've clearly just fucked this up horribly and just deleted.
Or are there like cases in which it is immoral? Where do you draw the line?
So, I think that as with any relationship or any physical contact, there is ways to abuse it, and so there is not always a clean moral standing with zoophilia. So there are, people who will do bad things like, hurt animals or even kill them to pleasure themselves with them. And
zoosadism specifically?
Yeah, that zoonecrophilia, stuff like that.
So you think that there are limits at which it's no longer moral because you believe that the harm to the animal is greater than one you're willing to accept?
Yeah, and
or a potential harm to the animal. Sorry, I don't want to use like a loaded terminology here.
I don't want to use loaded terminology with the fucking zoophile pedophile I'm talking to. That'd be fucking crazy. Oh, Twitch poll is so right to die. So bad. Bro. Like, look, I get it. I unironically get it. Like, when I play the when I finish the video I'm doing on the Ant stuff, like, I have a very chill conversation with Ant, and like we go over some of the stuff. Like, I know I'm like diverging into another drama and like that's going on, some of you aren't going to know anything about, but Like, I'm like, obviously, like, the way this has been handled is completely fucking retarded. But I'm, like, really calm with him. I'm not, like, shouting and screaming. I don't expect D&D to do this. But it's like, you're interviewing somebody who you don't even recognize who they are. You clearly aren't, like, researched enough to have the conversation. You're just asking general questions. And, like, you can do that for plenty of people. But when you're doing it with a topic like this, what's a good way to put it? You are a useful idiot for like this kind of insanity. Becca, am I nuts for saying the interview disgusts me to my core? I mean, I don't think it's like, listen, this interview is not as bad as the panel was, to be clear. But yeah, it's kind of just weird and gross. It's like, it's got a real ick factor where you're like, but like, I talk to people who are absolute freaks, but I wouldn't do it like this. Do you know what I mean? Like actually, do you want, like, an example of like an interview I've kind of fucked up, funnily enough? There's like, on this channel, I talked to Patchwork Heart. I'm talking to Patchwork Heart about the Xena and Poppy stuff. And I'm clearly not well read enough on what was happening with the Xena and Poppy stuff to properly have that conversation. It's a bad interview. So, like, because of that, like, I can appreciate, like, having that. It's just, but this is your topic, man. Like, I look at, like, that conversation I had with Patchwork, and it was kind of like an offhand stream. This isn't that. This is something else. I'm not paid enough for this one, boss. The topic just makes me so sad. I don't blame you. I think that's a very fucking normal reaction. I think it's an entirely fucking normal reaction.
Yeah, the potential harm is too great for me to condone those things, because there are obviously ways of getting dead animals like that died naturally, and then, you know, what happens to the body after that isn't really, in my mind, after you're dead, you know, flesh is just flesh, and flesh is an object, but when things are living, they have a more sacred value to them.
Okay, so like,
you're making spiritual, like, there's something with what's a good way to put this? Like, you're trying to get answers out of somebody, but especially when you're in a situation like this where it's not live, you've agreed to have the conversation, where the answers they're giving you, for someone like me, I can sit here and tell you and just go, well, this person's full of shit. They're just basically just, what's a good way to put this? What Sappho is doing in this conversation is stretching out different tendrils to see if they're hitting any points with D&D. Because if they can do that, then they can find like a latching point where they're like, fucking degenerate freakiness becomes like a reasonable thing that they can discuss. That's why they're putting out all these different things about, like, oh, well, what about harm to the animal? I'm not a zoosadist. You know, what about like the spiritual stuff, like the flesh? And obviously, like, there's always going to be those conversations around like the size of a person, how much, like, because they're like seeing what hits. It's almost like cold reading, and people who are very manipulative in conversations will do this all the time. You've got to be real fucking aware of certain people and how they're going to talk to you to spot it. And when you're going into a conversation like this with somebody like this, and this is you can look back at the conversations people had with Amos Yee. Amos Yee did this. He's like, well, what points can I hit where, for whatever reason, like, these debate bros are going to hit with consistency? Because ironically, this conversation from Sappho's side is incredibly bad faith, because Sappho isn't interested in D&D's questions. What Sappho's interested in is at what levels or points can I hit at D&D or an audience that this might be presented to where it begins to sound reasonable. And part of that reasonableness that is going to come from D&D's reactions. Now, the one thing that's good about this is because D&D is like kind of just asking questions and doesn't really have like a strong starting position. It's actually like, it's very monotone at the moment. Who's the most despicable degenerate you covered? Oof. that I've covered. Probably Monday, Matt. No, I'm kidding. I don't know, actually. I think this is probably up there. I'm going to be honest. People who are like pedophiles and zoophiles. I don't think that's like a hard one. But like individually, I don't know. Like really fuck stuff I tend not to cover just because it depresses me. It depresses the audience. And it becomes like harder to laugh at. One person who I've always wanted to talk about, and I can never pitch it right. Like it's a really hard sell to like get people to understand the funnier side of it, and this is really fucked. Is Randy Stair. The stuff that happened with Randy Stair is something that I've never been able to cover effectively, and I've tried like 3 times, and it's just too much for most people.
So then I'm going to sort of push you on this point then. When it comes to, like, I don't know, say there was an animal that passed away naturally and Necrozoo, right, wanted to use that carcass, right? Do you find that morally reprehensible or no?
I find it emotionally, but not morally reprehensible. So personally, I find it reprehensible, but it's not something that I'm willing to attack, harass, or, otherwise punish anyone for doing. So it's not something that I would condone or support, but it's
That's like it's so weaselly. It's so weaselly. It's like, well, I don't think it's a moral crime, but emotionally, obviously, I'd be against that. You brought your fucking grooming victim onto a panel. Don't fucking play with me like you're some like, oh no, actually, I really care about the emotional impact of these things. No, you fucking don't. You're just a monster. Unfucking real.
It's not something that I would attack or shame.
Do you believe that there's any...
Not something I'd attack or... Jesus.
Do you believe that there's any limit to... Okay, how do I best word... Okay, do you believe that there's any limit that you can draw then when it comes to something being morally reprehensible? Because from what I'm understanding, your moral framework is that morality is completely subjective, and most people can determine what they themselves would think is moral. Is there any sort of universal standard of morality or any sort of like action that you believe is universally morally reprehensible?
So, I feel that there is no true universally morally reprehensible action that you could perform, something...
Shocking! What a surprise! See, I don't know, we're 12 minutes in, there's 20 minutes left of this. But if somebody comes to you and they're like, a self-admitted zoophile, and they're sat there going, I don't believe there's any truly morally bad things. I don't know, is that not the point in the conversation that you're like, okay, so, I mean, what do we really like? You can say you have a strong emotional reaction to something, but like, I'll be honest with you, like to a certain level, that doesn't matter. Like, it's like being offended. It's like, I don't care if you're offended. But like, there are obviously things that most people are going to say are, anybody who's not broken as a human being is going to be like, yeah, these are morally bad things. Even if you're like, there's no universals, there are still moral crimes, right? But, oh my god, it's so fucking weaselly. Okay, D&D, I know you're never going to fucking see this. I know you're fucking long gone, this years ago, but pull it back, buddy.
Like, causing pain to others isn't really something that I could be morally against, because it's pain is blind and it doesn't really care. So it doesn't matter in that case, because
that doesn't even mean anything. Go on. Okay, the one thing that I will say about this is a fascinating insight. This is not honest, by the way, but it is a fascinating insight to how Sappho fucking thinks, because it's just like self-justify. Well, you know, pain is blind, so you're obviously going to do harm. That's just part of it. That's the nature of things. So you're probably going to do harm. It's there.
Morals are also blind.
So you think that everything is, in some regards, morally neutral then, right?
Yeah, I believe that everything in some regards is morally neutral.
Alright, so you are...
Do you remember when I had, like, Dan Burr's fucking X on? And at a certain point, I was just like, this person's a troll. This is the point where you start calling out the person you're talking to and going, you're just fucking saying shit to me. None of this is honest. Would you cover Mr. Anime / Trace Suzzler? I'm not familiar with them, I don't think. A ring a bell? Potentially.
Essentially what people would call a moral subjectivist then. Interesting. So I guess sort of a question I have is, what led you to...
Let's work out what your moral framework is. This is, again, it's a mirroring problem. You kind of, like, the people within Twitch poll assume there must be some sort of, like, moral framework. People, they're not. They just want to fuck animals and kids. This isn't hard. This isn't hard.
Having this ideology surrounding zoophilia, was this something that was present before Sappho was public about it, or was it something that you found out during or after she came out about it?
So I've had my opinions on this for a very long time. I've actually held these opinions since about 2017. I came to them through my own study, my own views of the world, and my own morals. And I've expressed them personally throughout the years with varying levels of acceptance through myself, because I have had trouble in the past accepting, you know.
So here are some like watch phrases that like people like this, maps in particular, will use. Oh, I've had trouble with this, and I had to come to accepting myself. These are all like LGBTQISA, whatever the fuck we're on now, adjacent phrases. Because what they're essentially trying to do is appeal to the moral framework of these groups. So, when you hear stuff like this, it's a direct, like, sympathetic plea. And it's fucking gross. It's so gross.
Know who I am and what I do and all that stuff, you know, standard stuff. But now I just want to accept myself for what I believe and what I think, and I want other people to accept them.
He was one of the first anime reviewers on YouTube. I might have a look. That does sound interesting, but DM me. Copenseed YT on Twitter.
Themselves as well, you know, especially if they hold similar viewpoints to me. They don't have to, but it helps. It really does.
Do you believe that zoophilia needs to be no longer something that is demonized, so that you can come to, so that you and the other zoos within your communities can come out and be public about their wants and desires, and also maybe so that there can be like safer practices that are more normalized?
Yeah, I feel that generally people will always find something to hate, and so if it's not this, it's going to be something else. So we might as well stand up and, you know, let people know that we exist.
You know, she compared the advocacy to Stonewall shit, right? Yeah, I'm familiar. Yeah, I fucking... Listen. These fucking arguments. And you can hear Lactoid saying this about, like, the gay community. It's like, well, you know, people were disgusted by gay people. It's like, yeah, sure, we can accept that, like, views change. But, like, we can also accept that there's, like, things that we don't want. Like, to a certain degree, opinions and views change, but lots of this pendulum swings. There's this weird view that, like, the world's going to always become more progressive and more accepting. And there's a real normalcy bias to this. And a lot of people are finding out now, like legitimately now, that that's just not the case. And when you look at history, it's obviously not the fucking case. Generally, like, values become more liberal, the better, like, your, and this is very broad brush, but the better your society's doing, the more, like, kind of wealth and kind of, like, what's a good word, urbanized it becomes, and more cohesive, you tend to get more morals. This is tend to get more progressive. And this is where the phrase, like, good times makes weak men come from. Weak men make bad times. Bad times make strong men. Strong men make good times make weak men. This cycle, it actually holds fairly true. And when you look through history, you see many periods in history where things like homosexuality are very positively accepted. Many like different societies, like whether you're looking at within Europe, within Japan, and the Orient, and then things get bad and things get walked back. The view, like, and I remember debating this with people like a couple of years ago, where people were like, well, generally things are going to continue getting more and more progressive. That's just the way things are. And I'm like, that is so fucking naive. It's legitimately like, it's kind of like a sub 100 IQ position that you can't understand the hypothetical, even the hypothetical that the current kind of progress, like, path you're on is not just going to stop, but going to revert. It's actually insane that people can't comprehend this. So when you're dealing with people talking like a few years ago about things like bestiality and like zoophilia, or the like, we need to be more accepting towards like people coming out and being better. It's like, yeah, because they couldn't comprehend that those things weren't going to fucking happen. And look where we are now. And this is why you have to bulwark against it, by the way. This is also why you have to be real fucking careful about the things that you allow to start happening and the conversations you allow to start happening. Because it becomes then increasingly easy to fucking fearmonger. And if you want to like a big real world example of this, just like within sort of political theory, look at the Golden Arches theory. The Golden Arches theory was essentially that no two countries that both had McDonald's in them went to war until it happened. But the basis of this like sort of theory, it's a bit of a Schrodinger's cat. The basis of the theory is that if you've got nations that have good capitalistic trade with each other, then they're very unlikely to declare war on each other, and that's like a way to avert war. You basically move to trade. And this is what happened with sort of the West's approach to Russia and China. They wanted to turn them into capitalist or sub-capitalist trading partners because they believed that that was the path to peace post the Cold War period. Now, that didn't work, and in fact caused massive problems when things like the war in Ukraine happened, where a lot of like Germany's fuel infrastructure came from Russia. So Russia had a stranglehold on that. When we're talking about a lot of the manufacturing that's been moved over to China, well, right now, like whatever you think about the tariffs, the idea of bringing manufacturing back to America isn't like a 3-month process. The idea of setting up solid, like there are people who are saying, oh, well, why can't we have the Switch made in America? This is a genuine take. People are saying like, oh, Nintendo can just make a factory in America in like 3 months. It takes years to set up the whole, like, and I'm talking like a decade or more, to set up entirely internal infrastructure for something like that, if you even can. If you're looking at rare material farming, it is like very region specific, like on the planet. So you just can't like in Britain, if we like, we have like, I think like I think it's something insane. I think it's like 3 steel mills left, if that, because we exported all our steel manufacturing. Do you know what's really hard to do? Starting a steel mill again. Because the problem with steel mills, and there was a big thing that happened like a decade ago, where the government was being pressured to bail out and keep steel mills that were non-profitable going. Because when they stopped functioning, when the furnaces and the melting pots solidified, you can't reactivate them. So setting up a new factory is really costly and time intensive. Actually, here's a fun one for you. Do you know what the problem Britain has for food manufacturing is? This is insane. But when during the Brexit argument, it's Britain produces enough meat to feed the country. Do you know what Britain didn't have? Slaughterhouses. We'd taken all the small slaughterhouses that were throughout the country and we combined them into I think it was 3 to 4 massive slaughterhouses, but those were the only ones. And those slaughterhouses did not have the capacity to slaughter animals fast enough to feed the country. So even though we had the animals farmed and we had enough animal agriculture to feed Britain, we couldn't slaughter them fast enough. All those little things that people don't actually seem to consider or understand about how complicated our infrastructure is are infuriating blockers. And I know this is going into major economic tangents, but the same thing is true of progress. You sometimes can't easily see the wider context of what you're dealing with. So these assumptions that you have of if something works on a microcosm, it must work on the macro. And if something if we can make people more capitalistic, we can make people more progressive, it doesn't work that way. Oh, Sofa, how are you doing? Not just the factory, but also the logistics, yeah. You know what else is massive? True. The Oreo is broken, all of you. I hope you know that. Anyway.
That this is a real thing, and
let's go back to listening to Sappho lie to D&D about their proclivities, shall we?
I feel that generally people will always find something to hate, and so if it's not this, it's going to be something else. So we might as well stand up and, let people know that we exist, that this is a real thing, and that, of course, safe practices, spreading safe practices, doing all that sort of stuff is a big part of it. But it's mostly about awareness for people who might find themselves being dejected because if they open up about this to anyone, they're either called weird, a freak, disgusting, told to hurt themselves,
wood
and
chipper.
All that stuff.
Wood chipper, you can step in yourself anytime. There's so much that goes on that people just get tunnel vision on, with shipping. We get so used to the same day that a wait longer than that feels like an eternity. I've got same day shipping now. And it's crazy. It's so good. And then occasionally I'll order something and be here in a week, and I'm like, oh. I've also heard you all import 2/3 of a cheese, which is apparently a disgrace. What did I miss? I've dug up an old, very, very old interview between Hypnotist Sappho and someone named D&D. God, can't believe I still have it. I kind of like this awareness angle. Makes it a lot easier to make them disappear. So I've made this argument before, I'd prefer to know. And I make this argument with bigotry. I don't necessarily think someone being racist is bad. I think that can be really helpful because it's I'm much more concerned about people who are bigoted and I don't know it. Because I'd like to know and then be able to judge on that, right? But at the same time, I think my position has moved on the idea of awareness or like it makes them easier to identify, because I think it's far too easy for like then it becomes, well, then it's like a slippery slope to normalization. And I know people dismiss slippery slope arguments, but for those of us who've been alive, you know, through the last like couple of decades, it becomes a lot harder to argue against slippery slopes when you have watched them happen. Like, just constantly. There are so many things that, you know, you go back like 15 years and you'll see an internet meme about something and you're like, oh, well, we're there now. That thing you said would never happen, that's where we are. And I mean, like, the best example for this is actually trans kids, unfortunately. Because it's like, I remember the arguments, well, we'll never, you know, no one's arguing that children should transition. No one's ever going to argue that. Well, here we are. Like, I don't know what to tell you. We just, like, we're at the bottom of the, like, hypothetical Reddit slippery slope, that's a ridiculous argument thing. I'm sorry, that's just, and, like, I'm not telling you how to feel about that thing, but we are there. Like, it's slippery slopes are just something that do happen. Being racist can be helpful, Beckett 2025. So true! Thank you for the 5, Artemis. Okay.
And it's really not needed. It's not, I think, appropriate to treat somebody that way
Vegan
for
cats, yes,
just
another
having this difference in their mind, where they think differently and they can't help it.
All right, so we're going to transition into the second wave of questions that I have for you that relate to your other controversial position. But before we do that, I'm going to sort of ask a transitionary question.
Bro, this fucking interview is painful.
So, do you believe that minors being within the zoophilia community is dangerous? If so, why? If not, why not? And then also, do you support minors actively engaging in pro-contact practices within the zoophilia community?
So, the thing about minors is, especially these days, they are all overly engaged in a lot of activities that I feel that they shouldn't be engaged in. However, it's their choice, and they're going to do it whether we tell them not to, whether we say...
What was I saying earlier? Like the sex expert from the bestiality documentary? Zoophiles, like pedophiles, delude themselves that animals and children can consent. Oh, Sappho's super against it, but realistically, children are going to make a choice. I get people's annoyance at the wood chipper meme. I get it. But at the same time, like, I just don't feel like anything else is needed. I don't think it's an edgy statement. I just think it's just like, yeah, my sentiment is wood chipper. Because these are the sort of people who, like, legitimately would say, well, you know, have you seen what those kids are wearing? It's like, come on. The level of, like, and for some of them, it's going to be like deep mental illness and delusion. But at that point, it doesn't fucking matter. It's like, you're a danger to kids. And I'm like, well, wood chipper. Seems pretty simple. Seems remarkably simple. Do you know, I've talked about this before with the, trans community and LGBT community more generally. Of, especially when you're looking back to, like, the 70s and the 80s. Even the 90s, there was a real pedophilia problem, and it was justified. And so it's something that the community doesn't really like to talk about, but it was justified with, well, you know, if they're having sex with us, if they're having the sexual experiences with us, it's better for them. That's going to be the more, like, positive thing, you know. And it's like, no, you're just a pedophile, and you're taking advantage of people. You fucking freak. It doesn't, and these people will find ways to justify it. That's the issue. And this is what Sappho's doing right fucking here. It's crazy.
It's bad or it's good or whatever. So I'd rather make it as safe as place as possible, because if you welcome them in, then they'll feel comfortable and safe, and they'll tell you openly who they are and what they are. But if you deject them and harass them, they'll start lying about what they are and who they are. They'll start lying about their age, and they'll get in anyways. And it'll be a lot more dangerous because people will start to take advantage of them.
But don't you think that people already do with
Okay. I don't really listen to that. It's so fucking crazy. I'm literally sat here saying the whole kind of, oh well, it's better they're with us kind of thing that happened in the LGBT community, and then Sappho just goes on to make exactly the same fucking, like, it's exactly the same fucking justification. It sounds like grooming because it is grooming. It's fucking people. Do you know what? And ironically, D&D is so underprepared for this. He's so underprepared for it. But it really is, like, so fucking revealing of how these fucking freaks think.
Safest place as possible, because if you welcome them in, then they'll feel comfortable and safe, and they'll tell you openly who they are and what they are. But if you deject them and harass them, they'll start lying about what they are and who they are. They'll start lying about their age, and they'll get in anyways. And it'll be a lot more dangerous because people will start.
I'd like to point out that the person Sappho brought on was somebody who they were knowingly grooming from the age of 14. Right. And was in like a semi-relationship with, and they were 16. Sappho knew this. So this is a lie. All of this is a lie. This is a lie. Sappho knows that this is a lie. It's fucking insane that they'd say. It's actually insane that they'd say this, and it's because they're just lying to get like the most reasonable response they can. Fucking actual insanity. Fuck, do I need to upload a copy of this? I think I need to upload a copy of this.
To take advantage of them.
But don't you think that people already do within the zoophilic community? There's lots of kids on Twitter who claim that they sort of got pulled in because it looked interesting, they were welcome, they felt like they were treated the same as an adult, and then all of a sudden they're sort of forcing themselves to participate or partake in a behavior that they otherwise would not have. Do you think that that's a danger at all, or do you think that's overblown?
I think it's very overblown, considering the fact that I have not personally.
It looks like a duck and quacks like a duck. It might be a PDF zoo. True.
Experience.
I'll put something together tomorrow. If somebody has a copy of the D&D panel, like Zonia or something, or knows like, or it's got some clips of it, send it to me. I'll put together like a video explaining the lead up and everything else. I'll put a video out.
Against any of their people, like telling people to engage in certain activities such as zoophilia. In fact, in the communities that I've been involved in, mostly ones surrounding Sappho, it has been extremely moderated in that way, where people have been looking out for the safety of them and making sure that they're not forced into any paraphilic activities. So, I
think it's a crime it wasn't posted. You could have gotten a lot of money during the Sappho meltdown. I mean, I wasn't even a proper content creator back then. I had like fucking 10 viewers on Twitch. This was right when I was starting. Yeah, I probably had regular 10 viewers. I was like fucking proper little nobody, so I don't know. Maybe the rediscovery has its value.
I believe that as long as a space is well moderated, then it can be extremely safe.
Do you think that there's any level of danger to the kids at all, or to minors?
I don't see the danger, no.
Alrighty.
That's a fascinating line. I wonder. I legitimately wonder whether Sappho is lying to like D&D or lying to themselves. And I actually can't tell. That's so fucked. I actually can't tell.
Alright, so then I guess let's transition to your other controversial thing. From what I understand, you're a map, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain what that is to me and to what extent you hold those values?
So, to me, a map, a minor attracted person would be anyone who is attracted to someone who is under the current age of consent, which would be declared as a minor. And in my mind, that is anyone above the age of 13. Anything below that I consider inappropriate. If they're not allowed to use the internet, then I think it's not really...
What? What? Hold on. What? What a weird fucking... That's such an insane... Listen, I think it's inappropriate if they're not allowed to use the internet. What an insane thing to say. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's actually thrown me. That's so insane. There's no way they actually think that. That's so fucking insane. That's wild. That's actually wild. Fuck me.
Anyone above the age of 13. Anything below that I consider inappropriate. If they're not allowed to use the internet, then I think it's not really a good idea, because romantically they are not developed enough.
Alright, so...
Below the age of 13.
Oh my god. You're not romantically developed enough until you can use the internet. It's just a fucking hell of a take. Just even for a fucking pedophile. Holy fuck.
So, is there anything... Okay, I guess let's start here. Are you pro contact or no with map stuff?
I'll listen to the hesitation. That hesitation is Sappho considering like how honest to be. That's what that pause is. Oh, that's fucking horrifying. And to be clear, Sappho is right now gauging D&D. That's what Sappho's doing. That's what the pause is for. They're just like almost crunching the numbers in their head of how this conversation's gone. Like, if I say this way, do I need to be this honest? That's what they're doing right now.
That is dependent on their age.
That is such a fucking slimy answer. Holy fuck.
Within the framework of what you laid out, would you be pro contact or no?
No.
That's a lie. That sounds like a lie. It's weird. Sappho has like... As this conversation goes on, like, I don't know whether it's just like how Sappho conducts themselves, but you can... Like, it's almost like listening to, like, watching somebody on a lie detector. Like, you can listen to the points where it's like, there's like weird bits where their tone changes and it's really honest. And there's weird bits where their tone changes and it's obfuscating. And then there's little bits where, like things like that when it's just like, you're lying and I can tell you're lying. That's fucking crazy.
Okay. what is the limitation in which you would? Is there any like circumstances in which you are or would be pro contact?
It honestly depends on their development and their wellness and exposure to anything like that. However, I generally would say that sexual contact is not appropriate.
So, okay, so I'm familiar with some app arguments, and a lot of them use conflicting standards amongst different countries. Do you believe there's any standard held by a particular country that sets the age of consent at the perfect time, or do you think that it is dependent case by case?
If I'm pulling, I'm just trying to really listen to this bit because it's. I'll say this for this like fucking conversation. As annoyed as I am, like how underprepared he is, like just some of it's fascinating. Like in a really fucking like morbidly curious way, I'm like, because Sappho's a poor liar as well.
Case in which some people might, in your opinion, be able to consent at 14, and some might not be able to till they're like, I don't know, 30.
I believe it is entirely case by case because of the fact that
well, like the 14-year-old you were dating. Go on.
People mature differently. Some people mature extremely rapidly. You know, you see 14-year-olds that you might mistake for being 18 or 20 even. But then there are other 14-year-olds who are very quite clearly 14-year-olds.
I've always found this a really weird thing for pedophiles to say. It's like, well, you know, sometimes the child can seem older, that kind of shit. And you're like, okay, why wouldn't you just date an older person? Like, that's obviously a lie. That's obviously, like, you justifying something that you're lying about. Like, and it's such a weird one as well, because it's like, well, maybe that makes it sound more... No, like, you're attracted to somebody who is a child. And this is, by the way, why, like, it's... Oh, fuck. What's the phrase for it? It's a, like, it's a, am I using this right? Like, it's a paraphilia, rather than, like, an orientation. Because, like, you can't have, like, an orientation that changes in this way. It's like, you know, like, you're not, like, in love with somebody because of, like, who they are. Or attracted to them because of, like, some specific constant. You're attracted to them by something that is, like, by its definition, a variable that will end the attraction. Sometimes they look okay, older. Okay, cool. Why are you busted with the? Why were you busted with the obvious child? Yeah. Beckett is very immature for his age. That's true. People, listen. Smoking, and like staying up all night and insomnia have apparently not aged me. I think I look pretty good for my age. I think I've done all right. I believe that is correct. Yeah. Okay. I'll say thank you. Yeah, that's paraphilia. Okay, cool. Listen, I have legitimately become dumber since doing commentary. Okay, I used to be a lot smarter.
And it all depends on that development and that progress that they make. I think that, you know, mental capabilities.
How do we know? Do we know what the person Sappho brought on here is? Don't know anything about them. This was 2 years ago, so they'd be like 18 now. Probably longer actually. Maybe like 3 years, so they'd be 18, 19. You're freshly 18, right, Beckett? Yep, freshly 18. Your only problem, Beckett, is that you are ginger, so you have no soul. I have souls that I've stolen because I'm a monster. Where are the parents to the kids she brought on? Oh, I mean, fuck knows. Like, again, we didn't get much more information out of it. They just cut and run.
Should determine if you can do stuff like that. because that's what they're saying you need to do stuff like that. They say you.
Nim the Godra with the 5. This is the first time I've actually seen you and you look like Ed Sheeran. I don't know. I never know if that's a good thing or not. Listen, some people are like, oh, Beckett's cute. And then other people are like, Jesus Christ, bro. I don't mind either way. It's all fair game.
You need to have the mental capability to consent, but then you don't define what that meant.
Was the Mine of the One Coyote Commission point? I didn't know about any of the Coyote stuff at this time because I was like completely unplugged from that side of the internet. So I've got no idea.
Mental capability.
Ed Sheeran is like a cryptid. That's very helpful. In this context, that's very helpful. Take my soul. I think I'm done using it.
Ability is other than an age. You could very well have a 25-year-old person who has the mind of a 13-year-old and shouldn't be able to consent, but they can because law ? And it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, is there a standard for what you believe is capability to consent? Does that have to do with IQ?
Beckett is like chaotic cute, but is a hidden eldritch boss you probably shouldn't poke. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me.
Does it have to do with
it's either Beckett's cute or Sped Sheeran, no in between. True.
Put that line for state of maturity.
Well, for sexual acts, it's the sexual maturity that matters. And the understanding of that sexual maturity.
Okay, can you define sexual maturity for me? Because for some people, they
would
define it as a purely biological...
I'm like, my brain broke. My brain broke for a second. I'm just like... Okay, here's my frustration. Like, I'm not surprised by Sappho. Like, I'm just like, okay. How do you deal with this? Like, just... I feel like this is something you should really drive into, where you're like, you need to give me an answer of what the fuck you mean by that. What do you mean by that? Do you mean puberty? Because that can happen very fucking young. Or because, I mean, that can happen before 13, right? Or do you mean like there's some deep understanding? It's like, well, how do you gauge that as a fucking pedophile? It's like, and the answer is, you can't. You're a pedophile. Like, just...
Like, if you can, like, you know, sexually perform, right? Some people would define that as sexually mature. Others define it as a mental state. Where do you define it?
I would define it as a combination of both. You can be physiologically under sexually developed due to a hormone condition, but that also... The hormone condition also affects your brain and how it develops and understands things.
Listen to all the biology talk. Listen to all the biology talk. Oh, you know, it's a very complicated topic that we need to, like, sort of be very careful about how we address. Come on. Come on. Who's responsible for letting them get away with this?
So... It's really a very complicated and nuanced problem because there are so many interlocking and interweaving connected facts and, you know...
Also glad to see IRL Beckett again.
Varieties of problems. So you could be in one way sexually able to perform things physically, but not mentally. But, you know... I feel like that isn't okay. But then the opposite would...
You'd be able to perform things physically but not mentally. And Sappho's like, oh, that's... I don't know if I'd be okay with that. But earlier was defending fucking animals. It's like, okay, so if you've got somebody who thinks an animal can consent, do you think that person can reasonably... And I know this is a moot point because, again, Sappho is lying and doesn't fucking care. But, like, when you've got somebody like that, like, you know, on the off chance you're going to take them in good faith for whatever fucked up reason you'd want to do that. It's like, okay, but you, like, the next question, the follow-up question here is, well, you think an animal can consent, so surely, like, the level at which you're, like, going to accept the indication that a child can consent is significantly lower than any sane human being. It's like, like, Sappho's got this very calm tone when they're talking about it, and, like, they're trying to sound very reasonable, but obviously what they're saying is batshit insane, and once again, they are fucking lying.
Wouldn't be okay either.
Okay, so I guess now we're going to get into the questions. If you don't want to answer these, that's a-okay with me, but so have you engaged in any zoophilic acts in person? If so, do you want to explain what they are? You don't have to answer. It's perfectly fine.
No. You should push. This is somebody who says that sex with animals is fine. You should be fine to push that. And I want to know if Sappho has fucked an animal. I want that. Like, I want to actually hear them say it.
And if you don't.
I would prefer not to answer.
Then it's yes then, isn't it? Isn't it? It's yes. That is confirmation that Sappho has fucked an animal. Oh, release the demons. Like, are you kidding me? Look. Yes, that is, if you're, whenever anybody does this, where they're like, I prefer not to answer, it's like, well, why would you, like, if it was no, you'd say no, wouldn't you? Obviously you'd say no. There's no level at which there's an advantage to saying, like, oh, well, if it's no, maybe I'll lose credit with the other zoophiles. Come the fuck on. Great, awesome, based, right. Sappho's fucked an animal. I think that's pretty fair to say. All right, okay, and that is a yes. She has banged a dog. Yeah, there we go. Information we already knew, but loads to find out. Sure, but I just wanted Sappho to say it, because it would be really interesting if Sappho lied here, right? If Sappho did say no, so why not just say yes? Why not?
All right. Then I'm gonna ask the same. Have you engaged sexually or romantically with minors at any point after becoming a legal adult?
That is too long a pause. That's too long a pause. I can't remember Sappho's law. Did Sappho ever admit to, like, actually fucking a child?
You can say no comment if you don't want to answer. It's perfectly okay.
Well, this answer is sort of complicated because the definition of minor has different meanings in different places.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not fucking good. Yes, she has. Go and ask her 14-year-old partner. Sure, I don't know if they ever met up with them, like, in person, though. I can't remember, is the honest answer. I just can't remember the law of it.
So, you know, a minor
US,
could be...
Would it meet the standard for a minor where you are?
Federally or state level?
Okay, the question is not whether she was dating one, by the way. We're going to wind it back. Because I know that Sappho was dating a minor because they brought that minor onto the panel. Okay? That's not the question, though. Okay, we're gonna rewind it, and we're gonna listen to the question again. Okay?
Okay, so I guess now we're going to get into the question.
Just didn't find it again.
You can say no comment if you don't want to answer. It's perfect.
Minor has different.
Then I'm going to ask the same. Have you engaged sexually or romantically with minors at any point after becoming a legal adult?
And so the implication here is like contact. I guess you could make the argument that it's like e-dating, but the previous question and the lead up, kicking the Swede. Beckett, my brain hurts. I think it's dying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Kicker. Fuck.
You can say no comment if you don't want to answer. It's perfectly okay.
Well, this answer is sort of complicated because the definition of minor has different meanings in different places. So,
If you're
you know, a
from the
minor could
US,
be
would it meet the standard for a minor where you are?
federally or state level.
State level, because I don't think the federal government can arrest you for doing something within your state as long as it's legal according to state law. I might be wrong there, though.
Then romantically yes, sexually no.
Then romantically yes, sexually no. I'm just trying to think about what they're saying here with state law, because depending on where they are, the like age of consent in the state could be 16, right? Okay.
Okay. If we were to set it to the federal law standard, would that answer change?
No.
Alrighty. And then okay, so the final question I have for those people who criticize both yourself, hypnotist Sappho, your partner, whoever it might be, what do you have to say to those who are so vehemently anti your belief?
To the people who genuinely have nothing better to do in their lives than to hate on somebody who is just trying to spread more love and
it's always so, you don't understand, we're trying to spread more love and more joy and more fuck off, get in the wood chipper, okay? Go and love the wood chipper. The wood chipper will give you a nice warm mulchy hug. I'm just like, it's always the same with these fucking freaks. Oh, this Beckett guy should do him versus YouTube comment section. You talking about me doing a versus against myself versus a YouTube comment section? That just sounds quite funny. Yeah, the age of consent went up under Obama, the more and less 16 minimum anywhere for 3 pedo states. Yeah, this is like, again, it's like, fuck me. Fuck. Good evening, by the way, C-Money. Hope you're good, buddy.
Help and generally try and be helpful to people. I don't understand why it matters so much to you. I find things morally reprehensible that you might not find, but I do not go on long crusades about.
What do you mean? You just said that you didn't find things, like you thought everything was morally neutral. Why are you trying to stand on a soapbox now, you absolute fucking freak?
How you guys should hurt yourselves or command violence towards these people because you need to be
We're the
more
real
accepting.
monsters. You need to be more accepting. Listen, okay. I'll be accepting when you're all in fucking wood chippers. I don't know how this is hard. See, here's the thing. Here's like the origin point of like, oh god, like in some ways this is a great call because it really allows me to defend the wood chipper take. Because like everyone does this thing where they're like, listen, you wouldn't really push them in a wood chipper though, would you? Like, I'm like, I don't know. If somebody's like a clear and present danger, I'm like, I don't know what I do. I've never killed anybody. I don't even fucking know. But like, Am I going to be like super sad? It's like there's this like famous footage of like these police officers are walking this guy past some payphones. He's a pedophile, and the dad is at the phones, like trying not to be seen. And as they walk past, the dad puts the phone down, pulls out a gun, and shoots the guy. And I'm like, good. Like, I'm just like, I don't have like, well, you know, we really, like, that guy abused this guy's kid. Good. I just like, yeah, whatever. And I don't know, like, I just think there's something with it where I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I don't have a strong, like, moral thing where I'm like, no, that's right. I believe in due process and everything else, but in certain situations where you're like, it's the guy, that's the resolution. I'm like, I completely understand the position. And I think there are some things where it's like, I completely understand that. I should be clear. I'm anti-death penalty, by the way. And I'm very strongly anti-death penalty. But the reason I'm anti-death penalty is only in the case where people go to prison for the whole of their lives. Because I think imprisonment, like lifetime, like life means life, imprisonment is actually crueler than the death penalty. Overall. Like, it's way fucking worse. And you only have to look at people like the amount of like murderers who've managed to avoid the death penalty, but like serve life in prison. They all want to die, guys. So because I'm not for, like rehabilitation for a lot of things is like, I'm for, but I think there are certain things where we shouldn't bother rehabilitating people. Again, probably a hot take. But I just think there are certain crimes where I'm just like, I don't really care if that person's rehabilitated. I'm all about the punishment. I'm just for the punishment. That's it. Very simple with me. And some people are like, no, we have to, you know, nah, for some things, you know, maybe they'll get reincarnated. Maybe they'll get a different chance. But while they're here now, punishment. Not to rehabilitate, just to punish. Not to discourage, just to punish. It's not like to dissuade anyone else. It's just to punish the person who's done the fucked thing, right? Thank you, Slug. Not currently, no. Let's finish up this fucking Sappho call.
As well as understanding of other people, especially if it's not hurting anyone and it is a net positive in the universe in terms of love.
You are harming people, though. You absolute fucking freak. It's a net positive in terms of love. Wood chipper. It's very simple. You fucking pedophile. Wood chipper. I think these people who are against love are just evil. They don't really appreciate, and they're just monsters. They're horrible. No, wood chipper. You're a child abusing, dog raping freak. Wood chipper. It's so easy.
And happiness. Because a lot of people just want to hurt. They just want to hurt other people and cause pain and tell them to hurt themselves. And that is probably the most disgusting thing a human could do. In my opinion.
Isn't it interesting that the most disgusting and terrible thing a human could do is something that could, like, it's because it's against Sappho? Isn't that just so fucking telling of these freaks? Listen, the harm that Sappho does isn't as bad. You know, Sappho loves people. Come the fuck on. Why do you look 5 years younger? Do I? Quitting energy drinks, probably. My complexion has definitely got better. My skin's way better. I've lost weight as well. Doing well. Yeah, it's like people like this. They only care about themselves because they're fucking freaks.
Do you think that there's any major misconceptions
Thank you, Gamma, by the way.
about you or Sappho that you would like to correct?
I would rather not speak for Sappho. However, there is a misconception that I am some sort of troll, that I am being facetious or overly dramatic, or just wanting attention, or trying to be the next Sappho or whatever they're saying. But I can guarantee 100% that I am not imitating her. I am not trying to be her.
Pain is blind. Unless you're being mean to me, then suddenly morals exist. Fuck, that's so based. That's a fucking such a base comment. I came back to Sappho. This is a Sappho interview no one has ever heard until tonight, by the way. This is completely unique content from 2022 that I forgot I had.
Despite her, you know, being an inspiration, I'm not trying to be her. She's her own person and she's doing her own thing. She has her own YouTube channel. She has her own Twitter. She doesn't even go by Sappho anymore. And she's moving on. I am just trying to be, you know, somebody who you can stand next to. You know, a lot of this world...
Yeah. You can stand next to you, and you can stand next to the wood chipper. That's so easy. I've said it so much tonight. I'm not even sorry. What's the TLDR on this? Okay, for those that are joining us late, fuck, I say it one more time. In 2022, there was a pedophile panel in which they brought on hypnotist Sappho, along with the 16-year-old Sappho who'd been grooming for 2 years. They didn't know it was Sappho, because fucking the person hosting the panel was a retard. I had a massive crash out about this by the way. This is like, I again, completely owned the crash out. I went fucking crazy about this shit. But in the aftermath, the guy who hosted the panel is a guy named D&D. He came onto my stream because I was losing my fucking mind over it. I told him to delete his channel. He did. But he also gave me something that I'd completely forgotten about, which is his interview with hypnotist Sappho, which he just gave to me. And so I found it recently, and we happened to be talking about something adjacent that happened to this, which was the Dogfucker panel Wick hosted. So I started to chat about it, and then remembered that I had this saved in one of my folders. What I'm going to do is after stream, probably tomorrow now, I'll probably get some sleep, but I'll put a video explaining the entire thing, and then I'll put this interview out so other people can see it. And with the 5, just joined the stream and I hear Sappho and non-stop wood chipper. This will be a hell of a ride today. I mean, we're right at the end, but yes, it's me.
Is afraid to do the things that they think about doing, and that's
Thank you for the 5.
They don't see other people doing them. And it's a human condition where you think, nobody's standing over there, I probably shouldn't be standing over there. But I took the step forward and stood there so that others can stand next to me and be proud of who they are.
All right, and finally, where can people find you if they want to interact with you, if they have questions, comments, concerns? Where would you want people to contact you?
Well, of course, there's my Twitter, which is Sanguine Sappho.
How did you not catch on that this was fucking Sappho? You absolute fucking retard.
Then on my Twitter, I have a Discord link that I'm trying to maintain. It's not permanent, so it goes down sometimes, but...
Why would you ask her to shill? Because Twitch poll is fucking retarded. I feel, again, for the 3rd time, I feel so vindicated by my now chat. Because I was like, again, I crashed out over all this happening. Completely admit it. But I feel so fucking gaslit now, where I'm like listening back to this stuff and talking about it. I'm like, no, I was right. This is completely fucking insane that this happened. This is so mental. I was so right to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is so gross. She's still on Discord. No. Firstly, this is like 2022 that this happened. What I will say is, though, on the back of this, people did find their Discord account. They had like a zoophile pedophile server that was reported and removed. I don't know if they're still on Discord. They're probably still around like the zoophile communities. They're probably just keeping their head down.
I keep a Discord link there, so you can always message me. I'm thinking about starting a Discord server, but in the past, my Discord servers have led to a lot of people getting banned, myself included. So
You've really accumulated the right audience, Beckett. Now we can crash out together. You get the audience you deserve, and as always, I'm very happy with mine. You're entitled to this crash out. This is mind-numbing levels of dumb. Thank you. I mean, it was really... My crash out was really soy, Vlad. If you saw it, you'd be like, Beckett, this is so fucking soy. I watched it back and was like, this is really fucking soy. I caught a lot of flack for it. And fair enough, to be fair. It was a really bad crash out.
So I've been trying to stay out of that. I do have Telegram. I have mostly Telegram, Twitter, Discord. Any three of those work. And my DMs are...
Send it to me if I can find it. I don't think it's around anymore. But I'm going to try and throw some stuff together, Vlad. And I'll get a video out, including like all this shit. Give me like a little bit. I'll probably try and get it out in the next 24 hours.
They're always open, and I'll gladly talk to you on any three of the platforms.
Alrighty, thank you so much for this interview. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Jesus.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Fuck. Wow, okay. Oh, wow, I can't believe I found that. Insane. So is the crash out the new I was having a bit of a spurging? Like, guys, it was really embarrassingly bad. I'm just I think I've spoken about it before on this channel. Like, it's one of those where, like, back in the day, I had like a Twitch setup where I had like latest follower, latest subscriber. I had like a little box. I had chat on screen all the time. After that, I completely, you know, my general setup is no chat, nothing on screen, just me and like whatever I'm looking at. The reason I have this very minimalist setup is the pedo panel. And I was like, what is Twitch doing to me that it's making me like this? And I like stripped everything down, stripped everything away. So yeah, like I fucking this shit was like Bobby level crash out was really bad. It was really bad. It was so soy, guys. You have spoken to me about it. I just had no idea it had to do with Sappho. Yeah. Yeah. Stop saving psycho bits between your porn in the future. I've got a load of like old interviews and clips and shit like all squirreled away that like I saved at the time and have never done anything with. I've got loads of shit like that. So occasionally I go through and check it and I'll come across something like this. you should add the I was vindicated to your thumbnail. Yeah. Listen, again, like, it's fine. I don't mind owning being soy every now and again. It's whatever. It's whatever. But yeah. Yeah. I can't believe there was actually a dog fucker panel. Yeah, yeah. With a zoophile on it. The dog fucker panel, for those of you who missed us watching the dog fucker panel, the dog fucker panel had a zoophile on it. This was a Wick panel. Do you think I would have crashed out given the same data? Not in the way that I did, but yeah, you probably would have done, actually. I think you probably would have done. Lost Worlds, 15 member for 1 month. Oh hell, what did I miss? Fucking ancient lore stream. It's been a really interesting night. Wix is the most famous, yeah. None of the words in the Bible. Fucking hell. It's been fun. It's been ages since I've been on camera as well. It's been nice. I'll try and do more on-cam streams. Some of it has been I just haven't been feeling well. I think it largely like giving up energy drinks and shit, but I just feel I'll be honest with you, I felt much more low energy the last few weeks, and I've been like, it's why I've been streaming less and things, but I thought if I turn the camera on, have more of a swing at it, get a bit more energy and flow into stream, it would be nice, it would be good. And I think that's generally been pretty good for tonight. I think that's worked well, especially with like kind of content that most people are not going to. Yeah, well, I mean, until like this last bit, most people are not going to give a fuck about like old Wick panels and shit. Fucking what a misleading thumbnail this is now. Fucking wild. Okay. Look, we've been going for like 4.5 hours. I didn't want to do something super long. As I say, there's a new video out, the Bo Black's Twitterverses, which is doing incredibly fucking badly. So I would ask you, listen, I'm kind of embarrassed. No, I'm kidding. I expected it to do badly. I needed to do something, guys. I needed to do something. I was like, if I do a Twitterverses, maybe I'll get my flow back. I've really struggled with making videos recently. So, I don't know. Maybe the Sappho video will do better. We'll see. I will put it out and I will premiere it tomorrow, okay? Palette cleanser? I don't know. Let me see if anyone else is live. And then maybe we'll do a palette cleanser, depending on what else is going on. I don't even know what this fucking is.
No, it's not a clip here.
He's got something with Merc off the perk about her allegation that he had like tried to make a move one night when they were sleeping together in the same bed. But you said you have to go watch that. And him.
Why the fuck is Dickers watching the Willie Mack fucking debate?
Call her insane repeatedly.
When is this from?
How are you guys all
sure, more characters.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'm not sending you to that shit. No, we're not doing that. Hey, Mally! Damn, I was going to open with a joke about white men jump scare, but now I gotta be nice. Hello, wife. Give me a small example of how this crash out of years was soy. Oh, I said I like, at one point, I think the worst bit of the entire thing was like, I think I'm going to throw up. I'm so disgusted. So bad. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. Okay. What's Morale doing?
Luigi Mangione, eh? I don't know much about him, but the name's got a bit of pizzazz. If he's causing a stir or bringing some flair, I'm all for it.
He doesn't
What's the
know.
scoop, Spudgun? Fill me in on this character.
Fuck, I'm gonna send you to Morale. Listen, we've been talking about dog fuckers all night. Vlad's like, fair. Yeah, listen. I can just fucking own... I'll just own the crash out. It's okay. Fine. I'm not gonna sweep for myself, guys. It was years ago. Years ago. I'm a very different person these days. You told D&D to find Jesus. I actually do that. It's so fucking dumb. Fuck. Okay. Look, I'm gonna send you over to Morale. I'm gonna go and sleep and then get a video together, I guess. I will be back some point next week. I still have a load of other shit that I need to do and get through. Crying about eating soy, but you're sending us to a soy boy spurgery. Sorry, Gilded. You don't have to sweep for yourself. That's what we're here for. Based. Let's go. That's why I built an audience. Okay, listen. I'm gonna go and do stuff. go and do stuff. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I had a really fun stream. Be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. And I will catch you next time. Peace.